Shalom, Israel. Hope everybody's doing well. Dua for tuning in again. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And weeks are flying by. I mean, we're in the summer. You're gonna look up. It's gonna be September. The time is really flying by. But I hope everybody is doing well on this Shabbat. Shout out Sword of Truth, Sword of Truth family all around the states and in Guatemala and London. Shout out isbhpk. Houston, Rochester, and VA. Hope everybody's doing well. So without further ado, we're going to go into our prayers and go into the class concerning King Hezekiah. So, Imagine.
Is it just us?
Just us for now.
And then after that.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Award. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us this day, thanks, so be it. The light this day, thanks, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nayachaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us sweet savor, thanks, so be it.
Imagine Wapunya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Ahoyim. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaya. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamaya. Ana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashon. Shashamamah. Yahweh. Shemaya. Yahweh. Cesaria. Ayah. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemaz. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Alabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemaya. Makol. Right. Yashemah. The Pasha. Yahweh. Yashemah. Abalakia. Wabu'ayah. Ma'aifah.
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Okay. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay, Lord's Prayer. Abano. Shabbat Shemayah, Chodesh, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Ayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Korah, Hayah, Bashemayah, Natan Lanoah, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalach Noah, Chol Wathino, Kasalach Noah, Chol Wathino, Wala'ah, Thabya Noah, Bonasai one, Abo, Awashano, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathapa Araf, La'ai Walamya. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'aya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasor, Wala'ah, Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Falachwacha, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'ah, Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ina, Shakwa.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Tachama, Kol, Asherah, La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
That's weird. Birthday home by Shem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
You sure you're shopping?
Everybody seated?
This is an extra copy. This is an extra copy. Okay. Okay. For the last, I'm gonna say the last 2 weeks we've gone over King Hezekiah. The first week dealt with the reforms that King Hezekiah went through and experienced, and reestablishing Israel and taking them from an idolatrous country back to at least establishing the standards of a pious Israelite government. Then we went last week and we dealt with after Hezekiah established the reforms necessary to start having ceremonies and having Sabbaths and having sacrifices. The next plan of action was to celebrate the Passover. And last week's class dealt with the Passover that Hezekiah had initiated and how they invited the northern kingdom. And whereas a lot of them didn't appreciate it or respect it, there were a handful that did. So we went into all the work that went into establishing the Passover, the purification ceremonies of the Levites, and then after they established the Passover, how they enforced I guess, reestablishing the other Judite cities and the other Benjamite cities south of Jerusalem, and they started reestablishing them and eradicating all the idolatry in the southern cities south of Jerusalem. So where we left off in the scriptures deals with how Israel was on a high. Mm-hmm. Everything was good. The southern kingdom was established, and there was peace and posterity, at least in the southern kingdom. Well, we had also went into, I have to make sure I preface all this before we go into class. Even before this, before we went into Hezekiah, we went into the fall of the northern kingdom and how we tried to blend in that Hezekiah's communication and letters to the northern kingdom was an opportunity for the northern kingdom to obtain some type of mercy. Remember, they said, listen, Hezekiah said, if you guys come back to the Most High, you have a chance of getting your brothers, which was Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, get them back into the city if you guys just repent now.
They could have restored their brothers through their repentance.
Through their piety. What ended up happening, a lot of them laughed them to scorn. And shortly after that last Passover was when the northern kingdom got captured and wiped out in totality. We read a couple weeks prior to this that there was a 3-year siege of Samaria. And in the process of this 3-year siege of Samaria, after the city collapsed in 3 years, which is a hell of a long time.
Which is the capital city of the northern kingdom. Like Jerusalem is the capital city of the southern kingdom.
Yes. So when that fell and everything fell apart, the northern kingdom started getting shipped out completely and got annihilated and got taken out of the Most High site, which was in the land of Israel. So I'm going into that because as we go into these next chapters, Hezekiah is not blind. Hezekiah sees the diminishing of the northern kingdom, and he also knows, hey, once the Assyrian king, Sennacherib, if I'm not mistaken, no, it was Tiglath-Pileser. No, I'm wrong there. It was Shalmaneser. Shalmaneser and his brother Sargon took out the northern kingdom in approximately 722 BC. Mm-hmm. It was Shalmaneser, King Shalmaneser took out King Hoshea. Right. But it was Shalmaneser, historically it was Shalmaneser and Sargon II. They were brothers. They were warring amongst each other for power. Sargon in some of the writings says he did it. He took out the northern kingdom. But historically in the scriptures, it was given to Shalmaneser. Point is, they were the ones who got the kingdom and eradicated the northern kingdom and took them to Haran and Ecbatane and all those countries around Assyria. Mm-hmm. The point is, all this is happening, and Hezekiah is sitting here in the south saying, man, we got to watch out because they're going to come for us next. Just keep that in mind. Hezekiah was aware of the fact that he wasn't just going to settle for the northern territory of Israel. What you do read about when you read about the Assyrian conquest in general, the Assyrians went as far east as Persia, and they went as far west as Egypt. So keep that in mind. They actually made it to the country of Egypt in their domination. And that was the first, quote-unquote, world power. Okay, that dominated multiple territories. Even Israel at their peak had vassals, but they weren't really interested in dominating territories.
And just so people know on a historical level, the Assyrians left behind carved, pictures of the conquering of the northern tribes. They left carved pictures all on the walls. If you ever get a chance to look up Assyrian reliefs or war reliefs of the Assyrians, and it shows all the different, shows Israel wearing fringes, Israel being conquered.
Yep.
This is a real event.
No doubt.
You said Assyrian war reliefs?
No, relief.
Relics.
Relief. Yeah, it's called a relief when they inscribe in the wall, okay. And they have, but not paintings, but it's vivid pictures of the clothing and the beards and the hair texture and everything. You know it's our people, and it shows you that they were conquered, but it shows you how they were tortured, how they were destroyed, how they were they had their victories posted on stones all throughout in carvings all throughout their nation.
And as we know, the Assyrians, how they established their power, they would take you over and then take you out and root you out of your country and send you somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then send somebody else to your country. That was their mode of operation. That kept everybody off balance, kept them out of control, and kept everybody in order and sustained for a longer period of time.
No different than degentrification now. How you go to our neighborhoods, switch up the, it's a lighter method. It's not as violent, but it's the same process.
Yep. Okay. So, with all that being said, I think it was important to express that. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 1. That's where we're going to start. We're going to take our time and really paint this picture as clearly as possible. Karai, let's get it started.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Sha'ala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shah. Imagine. Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
All right. Let's do it. So we're going to start at verse 1. Second Kings chapter 18, verse 1.
Come. 2 Kings, chapter 18, and verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign.
Like we expressed, King Hoshea of the northern kingdom and Hezekiah were ruling simultaneously. And we know through history that King Hoshea was the last king of the northern kingdom before they fell. Just keeping that in mind. Let's continue.
Verse 2. 25 years old when it says 25 years old was he when he began to reign. And he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem.
So he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem, which means he died at 54. Just a mental note. But let's read on.
His mother's name also was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah.
Listen, his mother's name also was Abi, or Abijah in other writings, the daughter of Zechariah. What other historians say is that Zechariah was the high priest at the time. Okay, so that also lets you know that myth that Judah just dealt with Judah, or tribes just dealt with tribes. Judah dealt with Levi. Okay, that's just something for us to know. But Zechariah was the high priest, so Abijah or Abigail was obviously Levi. Let's continue.
Verse 3. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Most High, according to all that David, his father, did.
And I'm just spitballing, making a hypothetical here. Maybe having Levite parents on one side kind of kept him in line. Kind of kept him stabilized and taught him how to love the Lord. Because imagine how else can a young person like that be around so much negative and not be fazed, man? That was a very difficult accomplishment, and I know I'm sure I went over that 2 weeks ago, how he was able to maintain his integrity and not follow his father's wicked footsteps. Okay, so let's continue.
Verse 4. He removed the high places and brake the images and cut down the groves.
He was the first king to actually go beyond just investing into the priesthood. He went beyond just serving the Most High for himself. He went beyond just doing right by himself. He sat back and was proactive in eliminating the high places of Israel, whether it was idolatry or the strong individualism that Israel likes to operate in. He took away all the options for Israel to rebel. That is the most a person can do outside of forcing somebody to lock in. You know what I'm saying? What else can you do to show the Most High that the only thing that matters is pushing the Most High's program? The only thing a person can do to max himself out is to eliminate any other options for a person
To deviate.
or to eliminate in as many opportunities to sin as possible. That's what the significance of removing the high places was. And as we know, removing the high places, it was a full-time job. Because as soon as you sit back and tear down some high places, what happens? Israel wants to build them back again.
Yep.
We're gonna build back bigger.
Yeah.
This is how Israel is, right? They're gonna build back and do what they want to do. So that process was a lifelong process. The funny thing is, you read about certain kings earlier in times, they might have sat back here and were proactive in destroying groves, but then towards the end of their reign, they came back again. Then because when you read I forgot the king. He was the king that was cool with Ahab, Jehoshaphat. Mm-hmm. He sat back and eliminated groves and certain altars and temples or altars. But then towards the end, they had arisen again, and he didn't maintain the reinforcement of this policy. Okay,
it's constant discomfort.
And that's the point. It is a constant job to make sure you're eliminating opportunities for men to get weak. That is an exhausting journey, an exhausting process to constantly stay on top of Israel's weak tendencies and give your mind to where the true sicknesses of the people are at different times and phases of Israel's of your reign and power. Okay, so anyway, I don't want to be on that all day long. Let's continue. Read verse 4 again from the top.
2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 4 from the top. He removed the high places and break the images and cut down the groves and break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For unto those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it.
So it was a holy relic, but guess what? We want to worship it. We want to.
And all the great kings never broke it down. That's what's amazing. Anyway, that's crazy.
It became an object of deification.
Done. But it had been that way.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm gonna say this. What was it? What was this in Levitical terms? It was graven images. It was graven images. They were worshiping graven images. And it's idolatry, and there's graven images. This brazen serpent is identical in wickedness to the two cows or calves that Jeroboam had set up. Remember, Jeroboam had said those calves that was in Dan and Bethel was what delivered you out of Egypt. Okay, and that was the beginning of tapping into the graven images. Was the beginning of idolatry. Israel went totally left when Ahab brought in the gods of the Tyre and Zidonians. That was when we went full-blown left. But it started off with just following and worshiping graven images of things that we classify as the Most High. Because they classified this image of that serpent as this is the Most High. Just like they classified that calf as this represents the Most High. Most High said, there is no image of me. There was a verse that was pulled a while ago about how the Most High didn't come as any type of physical being because mankind would have been worshiping him.
Yep.
He didn't come in any physical presence because man would sit back here and use that presence as their idol. You had your hand. I'm sorry, Shamsor.
No. Plus, the purpose of that staff had already been served. The Most High had.
You might as well sit back and worship the rod that budded. Aaron's rod that budded.
The purpose was already served. The purpose of the staff was you had heretics in the desert with Moses that was speaking against the direction that Moses was going. And so, because they were proclaiming that Moses brought them out to die, and they didn't want to go the journey in the direction that Moses took them through the mountains. Mm-hmm. So the Most High had the fiery serpents come out the sand and bite the children of Israel because of their gainsaying. Then the same man that you had talked against or spoke against had the healing of that serpent bite in his hand. So the Most High, the irony of it is, the same person that you despise is the same person that you got to go to get your healing. And that's why the Most High put it in the hand of Moses, so that if they were going to be saved, if you despise Moses so much, then go ahead and die of that damn snake bite. Go ahead and die of that them damn sand.
You know it hurt.
What do you call them? The serpents that wiggle in the sand.
You know it hurt, Act.
The pit. The pit vipers. They hide it. They know how to go backwards and dig in the sand. He said they would spray out the sand and bite the children of Israel. So if you hate Moses so much, then don't look at him. Guess what's going to happen? Then you're just going to die. Because Moses had the healing of your infirmity in his hand. So the same man that you hate got to save your life. So that was the purpose of that staff anyway. So that staff,
not to make it out of that.
It wasn't to be an idol.
Yes.
But our people our people are so superstitious.
Yes.
We'll make anything, a relic to be remembered or sentimental value.
And I'm glad you're bringing out the superstition, because that superstition is what initiated the graven image worship, which elevated down the line into full blown out idolatry. I want to make sure I drive that point, because it was a superstition ended up growing into idolatry over time.
Yep.
So in order to break idolatry, you had to attack the superstitions that Israel operated in. You can't just tear down Baal temples and Astarte temples and groves and think you've done the job.
Which comes from having secretive opinions that you feed over time that don't get checked.
Good.
And then when they do get checked, you say, well, that's what you think.
Yeah. Well, but my whole point is, if you're going to break idolatry, you got to break idolatry at the root. And it's superstition. It's opinions and it's superstition that go unchecked. So, are we clear on that, right? Like I said, I know they went over that a few weeks ago. I just want to...
He had the staff.
Yeah, and the staff saved.
He had the snake.
But let's keep going.
Con. You want verse 4 from top?
No, I don't want verse 4. Let's go to verse 5.
Con. He trusted in the Most High, power of Israel, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor any that were before him. For he clave to the Most High, and departed not from following him, but kept his commandments, which the Most High commanded Moses.
Con.
And the Most High was with him, and he prospered whithersoever he went forth.
And we talked about for the last 2 weeks about how Israel prospered. Whether it was the reestablishing of the temple, the reopening of the temple, how the Most High was blessing the work of their hands. He was blessing their agriculture, their crops, their finances started picking up. Like Esau's terms, their GDP started increasing. But that don't happen until he made sure that worshiping the Most High was a priority again. So once worshiping the Most High was a priority, then everything else elevated and prospered in his hand. Read on.
And he rebelled against the king of Assyria.
Stop. Well, now he says he rebelled against the king of Assyria. We need to make sure we clarify what this rebellion is. He didn't sit back here and write a letter and say, F you, king of Assyria. That's not what rebellion is. What he did was this. First things first, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 16, verse 7 through 9. 2 Kings chapter 16, verse 7 through 9.
2 Kings chapter 16 and verse 7 through 9. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying...
Now listen, this is Ahaz reaching out to Tiglath-Pileser in Assyria. At this particular time, Ahaz, which was Hezekiah's father, his back was against the wall. He had Pekah, king of the northern kingdom, and Rezin, king of Syria, were planning a coup, and they were going to attack and destroy and overthrow the southern kingdom. So, the southern king Ahaz had an opportunity to resort to the Most High and pray to him and serve him and get taken care of. He rejected that option. His option was to go to the king of Assyria and request assistance for Tiglath-Pileser to take out and go to war and take out King Rezin, the king of Syria, for him for a price. But by making and trying to set this deal up, they began to be a vassal. Once I sit back here and give you X amount of hundreds of pounds of gold to defend me, that's a payoff. I'm paying you money to look after me. And then after I pay you 1 year a sum of gold, guess what now? Guess what I gotta do next year?
Same thing.
I gotta pay gold, B. I got to pay gold to keep protection. It's gangsterism, man. It's a mob.
Yeah.
This is the mob. This is the mob before the mob was the thing.
Yeah.
If you want protection, listen, and what's that money going to? Paying their soldiers? Maintaining their kingdom, paying for their food and supplies. Because every king, every time you besieged the city, you were out there for years, possibly a year or two. So you needed rations, food, water.
That's why America's broke.
Yeah.
He was out in Afghanistan for 19 years.
Yeah.
We're over here occupying this territory.
And that costs money.
Huh?
It's expensive to maintain an army. Every time kingdoms start to fall, it's because they start not being able to maintain and pay for their armies. Or they can't pay their vassal fees.
Yep.
They can't pay their vassal fees. They can't keep paying vassal fees, so now guess what? Now you're going to take me over.
Yep.
So what Ahaz did is put us in debt by asking for help by a foreign nation. And we sat back here and became that vassal state under King Tiglath-Pileser. So, with that being the case, let's go back to 2 Kings 18 and read. Matter of fact, no, I'm sorry. I didn't even finish the point. Let's stick back into 2 Kings 16 and verse 7 again from the top. Because what he said was so soft. It's got to be reread. Read that.
2 Kings chapter 16 and verse 7
Like
from the
Prince.
top.
It sounded like Prince. That was a Prince statement. Prince letter. Anyway, he had to symbol everything. The Prince symbol. Whoever wrote it was running with a little limp wrist like this. Like this. Read that.
2 Kings chapter 16 and verse 7.
Read on that.
Come. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am thy servant and thy son.
I'm your servant and your son.
I'm doubting
I'm your brother. I'm your sister.
I'm doubting you.
That's bad.
That's what I'm saying, huh? This is the worst. I am thy son and thy servant. That's what we got.
That's a hell of a letter. You open the letter to the king, you're like, the hell is this?
That's what I'm saying. But let's keep going.
Come up and save me out of the hand of king of Assyria.
Help me
Out
out,
of king
bro.
of Syria.
Whack.
And out of the hand of the king of Israel, which
Help.
rise up against me. And Ahaz took the silver and gold that was found in the house of the Most High, and
That's
in
a
the
violation.
treasures of the king's house,
It's a violation, bro.
Mm-hmm.
and sent it for a present to the king of Assyria.
Wow.
You know it's off when you have to touch things that are supposed to be
Sacred.
when your class time gets affected, when your study time gets affected, when your spiritual resources start to get affected by your pursuits. That's how you know this is going into a negative place.
Yep. So listen. Let's keep going.
Verse 9. And the king of
And
Assyria.
first of all, it wasn't a present to the king of Assyria. It was a payoff. It was the bribe. It was the cost. It was the funny thing is he didn't even get a guarantee he was going to come down and do it. He just sent the money up there. So you're already just putting yourself in the trick bag and your nation in perpetual slavery, as long as this king is in power. Read on.
Verse 9. And the king of Assyria hearkened unto him, for the king of Assyria went up against Damascus and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and slew Rezin.
He was going to do that anyway. He was going to take out Syria. They were bitter enemies anyway. Don't forget, the reason that the northern kingdom was afforded a little bit of luxury in a period of time of appeasement was because the Syrians were getting beaten down by the Assyrians, leading up to this point when Assyria began to be a world power.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. So where we're at here is he was going to take them out anyway, and he did. Read on. No, and they slew Rezin. We don't even got to go any further, but I just want to make sure I explain the point that by the time Hezekiah, Ahaz's son, came into power, they were already a vassal state. So now, Israel being a vassal state already, now we understand in 2 Kings 18 and 7 when he says, and he, meaning Hezekiah, rebelled against the king of Assyria. He rebelled against him by not paying money to him.
Well,
By not keeping his money train going. And also, by the way, when they took out King Rezin, and they sent the people of Syria to Assyria. Don't forget who was there when at King Rezin's country. Who was there? Do you remember? Judites. Remember Rezin came down and took captives a lot of Judites when they came down to fight Judea. Listen, just because they never got to Jerusalem didn't mean there wasn't collateral damage in the other outlining cities. Yeah, point is, Judah got sent up there to Assyrian captivity along with all the Syrian people. Let's not forget that. So, yes, let's get no. Let me make sure. No, we're not going to go into verse 8 yet. We're going to hold this because we'll be back to it and go to 2 Chronicles chapter 32, verse 1 through 8. You got to make sure we do this right. So, 2 Chronicles chapter 32, verse 1 through 8. Let's do that.
2 Chronicles chapter 32, verses 1 through 8. After these things.
So after Assyria realizes that they don't have any more chumps in the southern kingdom anymore, and it's in Israel, in the southern kingdom is establishing some strength. Read on.
And the establishment thereof, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came.
Now there is a new king in town. Now his name is Sennacherib. So after Shalmaneser and Sargon fizzed out, now Sennacherib is next. Read on.
And entered into Judah, and encamped against the fenced cities, and thought to win them for himself.
Now we need to make sure that we're speaking this in context, because when you read it, you think they're literally in the Judite cities right now, swords and horses and chariots ablazing. What verse 1 is saying is that this is the time period when Assyria is about to invade the southern kingdom. And I'm going to explain why as we read on.
God.
Yes.
Throw you off. But in the successions of the Assyrian
I'm throwing off. You threw me off. You knew that was coming, but let's go. What's he got?
I'm trying to clarify. In the succession of the Assyrian kings, where is Sennacherib in that?
It's after Shalmaneser.
After Shalmaneser.
Yes. Shalmaneser and Sargon. I'm not heavy into which one was the last to fall. But what you're going to see is part of the downfall of Assyria was they were constantly warring families and brothers who were fighting and jockeying for power. And that was part of their decline. And it wasn't just Shalmaneser and Sargon, but they were brothers. After their reign ended, next was Sennacherib. It wasn't multiple kings after, which is going to tie into it as we keep reading. So give me verse 2. So verse 1 is talking about the expectation that Assyria is about to come down and set their sights on Judah. Okay? Maybe if I can show a proper image. I'm not going to go there yet, but I will get there. Let's give me verse 2.
2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 2. And when Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib was come, and that he was proposed to fight against Jerusalem, he took counsel with his princes and his mighty men to stop the waters of the fountains, which were without the city. And they did help him.
The reason I'm saying that this thing just didn't happen, like Assyria was right at the doorsteps of Jerusalem, and then they made a decision. Okay, we're going to cut the water off from the outside and invert it into the city. Right. It wasn't some quick, bang, bang, bang situation. It wasn't like some TV 5-minute situation. It was literal years in the making. Because not only did you have to, I'm trying to see if I got an image. I think I do have an image of the water. Well, that was my point. That's what I was.
All these war processes take.
You guys gotta let me finish. You guys gotta let me explain. You guys gotta let me go.
Oh, you get that? Let me just read that one more time in verse 3.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 3. He took counsel with his princes and his mighty men.
So what is Hezekiah doing? You gotta go to Proverbs 22 and verse 3. What is Hezekiah doing right here? By taking counsel with his wise men.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 3.
Read that.
A prudent man
He said a prudent man does what?
foreseeth the evil.
He said he does what?
Foreseeth the evil.
So this is the evil. He knows the evil is on the brink. He knows he's on the brink of all out assault by the Assyrians.
Yep.
But so what is he doing? He said a prudent man does what?
Foreseeth the evil.
And do what?
And hideth himself. But the simple pass on.
It says, but the simple does what?
Pass on.
Everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. I'm not going to worry about these Assyrians. Ain't got no worries.
Don't worry, be happy. Guys.
Don't worry, be happy. Everything's going to be all right. So Hezekiah's like, no, I understand what's about to come. So that's why he took counsels in verse 3. You can let that go. That's why he took counsel with his princes and his mighty men, because he's seeing the danger that's about to come.
And
He's not simple-minded. Hezekiah's not simple like everything's going to be fine. We're in good standings with the Assyrians.
Huh?
No, he knows better than that.
And it's the situation. What's happening is, before Assyria sets their sight on Judah, Assyria had already besieged the northern kingdom.
Yep.
Think about this. If I'm Hezekiah and I'm catching wind that, okay, but Hoshea, his Samaria is surrounded, and this is a 3-year siege situation. What do you think is going through Hezekiah's mind? What are we going to do when they come and besiege us? So let's start preempting this situation. I'm painting a picture that before the king of Assyria even came down and invaded, they were ready. And that's why, as we're reading verse 1, verse 2 through 4, this was something that was pre-established before this thing happened. So, if you look on the screen, you'll see the Gihon Spring, and it's outside of the city of David. So what's happening is it's on the the YouTube, and one day we'll be fancy and have like a
screen
that matches the screen here.
Yeah.
But if you guys go on YouTube, you guys will see it. The Gihon Spring starts outside of the city and works his way in. What Hezekiah was like, listen, man, if we sit back here and wait for Assyria to come down, we're going to give them drinking water.
Exactly.
We're going to give them access to our water. They're going to cut the water off from us. And we're going to be starving and have no water. So Hezekiah is like, at least let's funnel this water in underground so they won't have access to it. And at least we'll have water so we can sustain the besieged situation longer and buy us more time. What that shows me as I read this, that's faith with works.
Right.
It's one thing to have faith and pray the Most High is going to come through and trust in the Lord, and that's the right thing. But you also have to sit back and exhaust every resource you have. And then trust the Most High will sit back here and honor your work ethic, your dedication, your foresight, your commitment. The trust is not just in, I hope things turn out right. The trust is, I did everything I could to be right. I worked my tail off, because in order to sit back here and revert this spring and take it underground, as you see here,
Yeah, dig through a lot of rock.
you're digging through bedrock. And what they did is, I don't think I have the exact picture that shows it, but they had two different crews. One crew started from the far right side, and another crew started from the far south part. And they just were cutting and tearing through bedrock, one set from the north, one set from the south. Because what you can do is, you'll see two different chisel patterns, and they all meet at one spot. They all met at one spot, And they sat back here and had an inscription saying, this is where we met. This is the work we established to cut through this bedrock to funnel this water inside the city underground to cover everybody from the north and the south. I'm going to show you. They chiseled. Look at this little Edomite dude. They're like white folks still to this day walking through the tunnel. And they said that in the 1800s, some Edomite dude ran into it and discovered it. And they said, oh, this must have been Hezekiah's tunnel. But it wasn't the biggest. They didn't have a whole lot of time to make all this space. It was the height and width of a regular guy. So they're sitting back here still chiseling through, I don't want to say tons, but stones on stones on stones. And you know those crews were operating day in, day out, night and day. To get that done, probably within, and I would say 8 to 10 years, that's all they had. At the most, they had 8 to 10 years, and they had I don't want to say prehistoric, but they didn't have any advanced tools. This is blood and sweat and elbow grease, right? And chiseling scenarios and hammers. Was that?
So it was two crews on either side?
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna show you once again that the tunnel depth and distance. One group from the south start digging, one group from the north start digging, and they were chiseling away, knowing that more sooner than later, the Assyrians are coming down here. That couldn't have took just some short time. That was a multi-year project. So that's why I said they just didn't start doing this when they saw the Assyrian people here. They did it before the Assyrians got there. This is a lot of time, work, and dedication. And this kind of shows you the depth of the tunnels that they were digging. You had the tunnels here. Then you had this mine shaft that I guess they would sit back here and put on get the water from the bottom and shimmy it back up.
That's the shaft that almost looks like that Joab had crawled through.
Joab crawled through the one up top.
Yeah. Okay.
He crawled through the one up top on the top where you see the city wall.
Yeah, when the Canaanites had Jerusalem.
Yes, he went from that one, but they dug this one.
That's even deeper.
To the left of the city wall is where they actually did the cutting and digging to work themselves a space to divert this water that was on the outside of the Gihon down, down, and down.
That's frightening, man.
Huh?
That digging at that kind of depth with all that rock above you, man.
That's claustrophobic.
That's frightening.
Listen, hell yeah, it's frightening. Look at this. You only have enough space just to move forward. And you're digging, you're busting your tail. It's scary. It's hard work. And it's all darkness. Yeah, and they don't have no like them super like military flashlights. Those, they got these those super ones you can see all these distances.
You can burn paper with it.
Yeah, I gotta buy one of them. I don't know if y'all want to send something to the school. Get one of them and send it to 4444 Walsham. I will use it. It's a good. I don't know if you saw that one online. It's this magical flashlight that just goes miles down the way, and it can burn paper. And there's all these, and it's like super resistant to like cars running over it. I said, man, that's powerful right there. I need that in the end times. That's an end times flashlight right there. Point is, they didn't have all that. They're out here sitting back here digging with a damn candle and chisel equipment. But if you guys look into Hezekiah's tunnel, there's a lot of images of Edomites. There's tours in Jerusalem, and they'll show people the mine shafts and all the work. If you look on the outside, they cut this off and funneled all the water downhill and then worked it all around the city. All I'm saying is, I'm not even like an architectural specialist, but that took hard work, and that was multi-years to even get that accomplished. Just to still get besieged. Just to still get your life threatened down the line. But the hard work established Israel for multiple years during other times when the nation tried to get us. Even when the Romans tried to come and get us, we were able to hold our positions for a longer than expected time because of the water supply. So this helped us over many invasions over many periods of time down the way. But this was a modern architectural marvel. Here it goes. It says, this was it. This was the tunnel inscription. Far right, it says an ancient Hebrew inscription found inside the tunnel explains the two teams of men excavating the tunnel by simultaneously starting at opposite ends and digging towards each other through the bedrock until they met in the middle. That's what the Hebrew inscription says when they got to the middle point. What they did and how they did it. Okay? It said the tunnel was excavated during the reign of Hezekiah, king of Judea, around 710 BC. That time is, I would say, it's kind of difficult because if the northern kingdom got taken out 722 BC, they wouldn't have did construction in 710. The construction had to have happened around 720, 719 when they started seeing the besieged. When they started seeing the northern kingdom start to fall apart.
They could have completed it around 710.
I don't. Well,
Yeah.
wait. Let me. No. You know what? You're right. You're right. I'm looking at the times wrong because if they got captured in 722, 12 years later they were completed.
They were completed.
Yes, around about that time. That makes sense. So it lets us know that there was around about a 10-year space of time that the construction had to happen. That time is right. I was looking at it wrong. I was looking at it from high to low versus low to high. Okay, so I'm going to say it again. The tunnel was excavated during the reign of Hezekiah, king of Judea, around 710 BC. When we get the time goes down from in the BC times. So if they fell apart 722 BC, the Northern Kingdom, at the very latest they started construction 722 and got completed in around 12 years. It was cut into bedrock over half a kilometer and 40 meters beneath the city of David in Old Jerusalem. So 40 meters down. I don't even know what that is in like
120 feet.
100. Damn, they went 120 feet down.
Mm-hmm.
And it said
Meters about 32 to 36 inches, something like that. So it's
Kilometer is like 32.
That's
So, like,
12.
that's like-
12 basketball goes down.
yeah, it's like 120 feet
you know,
down.
breaking out a hoop of terms.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
So listen. So that's 120 feet downhill, straight down, and then you got. It said a half. It said over a half a kilometer.
To dig into rock, that
Bedrock. Yeah,
Yeah, that's you got to have that. That's solid rock, man.
I know, man, and that's why it took so long. So it said a 6% gradient was designed into the excavation to allow water to flow from the Gihon spring into the pool of Siloam. I'm not sure what the gradient is.
Just the gradient, just the angle.
angle?
Yeah, the degree of angle.
Just to get the water to move downhill.
Yeah, so
That's what it is. It's to create it to move it downhill so that it can naturally flow downward.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then it said the tunnel was discovered in 1838 by American biblical archaeologist Edward Robinson. The exact date of Hezekiah's tunnel has been disputed. That's understandable because nobody really knew how long it would have taken from the time that Hezekiah knew that Assyrian was coming into the time that Assyria came. So nobody will know that period of time. But it's safe to say that at least a decade. And
Yeah.
it took to set this up. That's a decade of foresight. More than a decade of planning that went ahead to getting this accomplished. So they had to plan it out, master plan it, and then it took the years and labor to get it accomplished. This was remarkable just to look after the nation and protect them, knowing the Assyrians were coming to invade. What you gonna say?
Now, I was gonna say that's how you know when somebody care about their people,
Kinda.
because they're willing to sacrifice their resources
Yep.
to dedicate to the survival of their nation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You know you got to have all hands on deck on something like that. That type of engineering project.
Yeah.
That wasn't like no small task, bro.
That was that was a modern marvel based off the lack of equipment that they had back in those days. You just had some chisel. That was chisel work. When you see it, when you look at the wall again, I don't know if I have a really good one, but I've seen other images where it's just chisel. You can just see the chisel patterns, man. So they're just chiseling this. It wasn't like these big chisel marks. They were just pop, 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 fall, pop, 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 fall, pop, bop, 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 fall. And this is step by step, grinding and grinding and grinding. That the type of patience and effort is remarkable.
Was it like
Yeah, pull the rock out too.
What's that?
That's like half an hour.
120 meters?
No, he said the
120
kilometers.
feet?
It was 120
No,
feet
it was
down.
just 120 feet. Not
But it said
100.
half a kilometer.
Half.
Why? I mean, distance wise. How much is a kilometer?
A kilometer,
3,280 feet.
yeah, it's a little bit longer than 1 mile. Because a mile is like 1,252 feet, something like
1
that.
mile is 5,200.
5,250 feet or something like that, or 25 feet. A kilometer is longer. So it would still be around, 800 meters. If it's half a kilometer, that'd still be around 800 meters. So that imagine running around a track that you run on track and field. Imagine running around the track twice. Yeah.
And that's a straight line. You're
Yeah,
cutting
but
through,
you're cutting through
here,
rock.
sheetrock.
Yeah.
After you go down 40 feet.
Yep.
That wasn't easy, man.
That's not an easy task, bro.
No, it's not.
Ain't no Army Corps of Engineers. Ain't no excavating equipment.
Nah, bro.
There's no construction equipment.
Nah.
That's all hand work.
And you getting all that rock out. You pulling the rock out. You digging it. You pulling the rock out. You digging. You pulling the rock out. You digging. That's like Shawshank stuff out.
Yeah, you got to have rotating crews.
I know.
Like digging.
It's 24/7.
Yeah.
Then the ventilation, breathing.
Hell yeah, bro. Listen, you can't be claustrophobic out there, bro, because you in the rock, and you only got enough to get maybe this guy probably 5'4", 5'6". You might have 6 feet in there, right? 6 feet high, and a body length wide, and you're digging.
He looks like an American, though. That's it.
Yeah, there's some tourism right there, man.
Yeah.
He's loving it too. But and I think that's one of the gate coverings to keep the water at bay until they need access to it. Then they can raise the shaft up. Then the water flows through. I guess that connected the west wall from the east wall. Like I said, I'm not really like an architecture kind of guy, so. But you're just trying to see how they rigged it where they can control how much water goes out to the other side. And they build a contraption where they can control how much filters in, how much filters out, how much goes to the other side. Everything was done intelligently with limited resources. So so that's what's happening. So all this work was established in order to prepare for this incoming invasion. So, let's go 2 Chronicles, chapter 32. Matter of fact, 32, verse 3, 4, and then verse 30. Then we'll go back and finish some things up. 2 Chronicles 3, 33 and 4. 32, verse 3 and 4, and then verse 30.
2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 3. He took counsel with his princes and his mighty men to stop the waters of the fountains which were without the city, and they did help him. So there was gathered much people together, who stopped all the fountains and the brook that ran through the midst of the land, saying, why should the kings of Assyria come and find much water?
Hell no. We ain't going to make it easy for these clowns. We're going to tighten this up and keep the water access restricted to us, to buy us more time for the Most High to come through and take care of us. Read on. No, hold that and go to verse 30.
Verse 30. The same Hezekiah also stopped the upper water course of Gihon and brought it straight down to the west side of the city of David. And Hezekiah prospered in all his works.
So this is explaining how he sat back here and stopped the water course outside of Gihon. That's the picture that I had initially showed. No, not that one. No. That one. He cut the water course off the Gihon Spring and ran it to the southwest side of the city of David. Read on.
That was under 30.
Okay, and then what we do is from there go to 2 Kings chapter 20 verse 20. 2 Kings chapter 20 verse 20. We're going back to Chronicles. But let's do 2 Kings 20 and 20.
2 Kings chapter 20 and verse 20.
Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah, what you got? So read it.
And the rest of the acts of Hezekiah and all his might, how he made a pool and a conduit and brought water into the city. Are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah?
So once again, we just kind of explained that this was a real thing. This happened, and Hezekiah was responsible for establishing the pool and the conduit that ran underneath the city. Okay, hold that, or let that go. And now let's go to 2 Chronicles 32. We're going to read to verse 8.
2 Chronicles chapter
Matter of fact, I'm so sorry. I don't really want to go that far yet. Yeah, let's read verse 5. I'll let you know.
2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 5. Also, he strengthened himself and built up all the wall that was broken and raised it up to the towers, and another wall without, and repaired Milo in the city of David, and made darts and shields in abundance.
So what he did is he raised up the walls. He made darts and shields so you can sit back and fight and defend your city from an uphill position. He put all his resources into city defense, wall defense, weaponries, armories, divert the water. He knew this was coming before it actually happened. Okay? And the funny thing is you could do everything right, and you still have to be subservient to what the Most High got you going through. You still got to wait. You still got to have faith. But you still got to put the work in first and then have faith. That's still the lesson. So, read verse 6.
Verse 6. And he set captains of war over the people and gathered them together to him in the street of the gate of the city and spake comfortably to them, saying,
Stop. We're going to go into this in a little bit. But what I want to do is hold this and let's go back to 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 8.
Come.
2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 8.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 8. He smote the Philistines even unto Gaza, and the borders thereof, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city.
Now the question would be, why in the hell, where did this killing the Philistines got to do with anything? Why I got to smoke Philistia? Yeah. And why I got to smoke Gaza? What does that got to do with me protecting myself from this impending invasion by the Assyrian Empire?
So, when if the Philistines see the Assyrians attacking, that could influence them to also take advantage of the opportunity.
This is what it is. What we're going to do is, there is a road, a traveling road, that's called Via Maris. And this is the road. Take a look at it online. You'll see the sea, you'll see Israel, you'll see Tyre and Zidon, you'll see the southern kingdom of Judah. As you're going down, this is an infamous road that will take you along the coastline and eventually set your sights on what? If y'all can look at the map. Okay. It's a delay, I guess.
10 seconds.
It's really a 10-second delay? Okay. Is it there yet?
Yeah.
Okay. If you look online, you'll see this road.
Todmar.
It's right next to Gaza, where you'll see the word Via Maris. Gaza is on the coast, next to the Great Sea, which is the Mediterranean Sea. Okay? Now that black line will take you all the way through Gaza, which is in Philistia, and take you on an easy road to Egypt. Okay? And that matters because what you're going to read and what we're going to find out is not only did he fortify his city and he reverted his water underneath his Jerusalem, he also was setting up some type of a treaty or protection to cut off this route to Egypt. to buy Egypt more time as well. So them taking out the Philistines was cutting off an easy access road for the Assyrians to cut through and take us out and then work their way all the way down to Egypt. Okay, so they were obviously had some type of military alignment with the Egyptian army to sit back and weather this assault from the Assyrians. I'm going to show you another image of the this is another image of the Via Maris. It's this red line road that came from Assyria. And they were taking it down, and it turns to the blue road. Now, if you was a military man, would you want to take that red-ass road through the desert to get to Egypt? I wouldn't want to do that. That was that same road that had that bad water that the Jews were complaining about when they were sitting back here traveling in the damn desert for all that time. So if I'm military man, I'm not going through this damn King's Highway, because that's the King's Highway. That red line, that's the King's Highway, taking it all the way down through Sinai, through the desert. I wouldn't want to take that deal.
It just popped up.
Okay, I'm talking all this talk. Point is, if I'm a military man, you want to take that red line route?
You take the shortcut.
Oh, sure, and you're around water. You want to take the PCH Highway? I don't know if y'all know about the PCH Highway in Cali. It's scenic. It's water all around. You want to take that where you can feed your animals and get around some cool air breeze near the sea? Or you want to be in a damn desert working your way through all this terrain with no water access? You want to take that blue line. So this is what's happening. That blue line is called the Via Maris, and that was used even down the line by the Roman emperors and the Greeks who were trying to get to Egypt. So it ran right through the city of Gaza. The same Gaza that Hezekiah smote of the Philistines. He did it to cut off access to Egypt. And I would imagine Egypt had some kind of deal with Egypt to look after them and protect them. As they were sitting back here, they were going to hold their flank. So there had to be some kind of deal that they had to look after each other, and they were both bracing themselves for this incoming Assyrian invasion. Does that make sense? But that road is called Via Maris. Let me see if there's any more that I have of that. There's another image. I'm going to wait a little longer so y'all can see it. You got this Via Maris again. Now, the Via Maris on this one is in the red. And it goes right above the northern kingdom and just runs all along the coast. And as we show from other images, it ends up leading you all the way to Egypt. Damn. Who's going to wait? Yep. Okay. There it goes. So that red line is the Via Maris. It takes you all around the coast, through Ashdod, Gaza, the Philistine countries. So anyway, in a nutshell, they took out that space. Now, as we're talking, keep in mind of Lachish. Keep in mind that city. Okay, that's going to be one of the cities, the first cities that the Assyrian emperor takes out before he makes his way to challenging Hezekiah in Jerusalem. So Lachish is a fortified city also, just not as fortified as Jerusalem. So I hope that kind of explained, that painted a proper picture. Which one y'all like better, Chelsea? Which one you like better?
I like that. That's a lot clearer.
That's a better one. It looks like the white man made that one out.
Yeah.
That doesn't look kind of janky.
Yeah.
The name of that road, see, it says is Via Maris. VIA MARIS. And that looks like, the white man made that one out. It gets respected more. So, Via Maris is a real thing, though. That road's a real road, and it was a strategic move to take out that Philistine city, Gaza, to cut off that road to get to Egypt. At least they're going to have to fight through the military regimen there, and then we're going to just let the Assyrians just glide through Egypt unabated. So, and I'm pretty sure they brought Egyptian soldiers up there to fortify that spot. I'm just putting two and two together. So, with that being the case, read verse 8 again in 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 8.
2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 8. He smote the Philistines, even unto Gaza, and the borders thereof, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city.
So they cut off Gaza and the borders to Gaza. Okay? And they sat back here and set up fenced cities to protect their people from this incoming invasion. Okay? Now, after verse 8, where are we going? Let's continue in 2 Kings 18. Give me verse 9 through 12.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 9. And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it.
So now we're understanding here. This is why that water started getting set up. He already was setting up the fortifications and the roads, and then Shalmaneser takes out the northern kingdom. You know, it's only a matter of time before he comes and takes us and works his way down through Egypt. There is a reason, even later on, that Egypt and Israel was always working together to protect each other. And cutting off that road was one of their responsibilities to look after one another. Now, we know spiritually the Most High said, stop putting your trust in Egypt. But militarily, it was wise to cut off this pathway to look after one another. So, it's as Hezekiah is seeing Hoshea begin to be besieged, this was in his 4th year. So, as Hezekiah is establishing these spiritual reforms, that happened in the 1st year. Going into year 4, he said, man, I got to sit back here and fortify our city. Because these Assyrian dudes are coming right after us. Does this make now? Are we making sense? Is it making sense? The picture that's being painted. Okay. So now Shalmaneser starts the besieging in the 4th year. That means by the time it was the 7th year, the northern kingdom was eradicated, and that was 722. So that obviously will be the time they're setting up these fortifications. They're rebuilding the temple. I mean the walls of the temple of Jerusalem. They're sitting back here working on their armory, their weapons upgrades, their shields. Then they're sitting back here laying the foundation of how to get this water diverted under the city. This is when it's all coming to pass. Read on.
Verse 10. And at the end of 3 years, they took it. Even in the 6th year of Hezekiah, that is the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken.
They were taken, and we know that. It was taken, and as this is happening, they're making their plans in the south. Read on.
Verse 11. And the king of Assyria did carry away Israel unto Assyria, and put them in Halah and Habor by the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes.
The cities of the Medes is the Far East. So we understand this. As this is happening, Hezekiah's like, we have to make plans because they're coming after us next. Read on.
Verse 12. Because they obeyed not the voice of the Most High, their power, but transgressed his covenant, and all that Moses, the servant of the Most High, commanded, and would not hear them, nor do them.
So we understand why the northern kingdom got wiped out. They laughed at the letters that Hezekiah sent out to come back and unite for the Most High's sake. They didn't respect the Heavenly Father, and there's a consequence of that. Now let's jump into verse 13.
Verse 13. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah.
Now stop. 14th year of Hezekiah's reign. They said in the 6th year was when the northern kingdom fell. So that means there's 8 years that's spaced out leading up to this impending situation. So 8 years to 10 years. Don't forget. Matter of fact, it said, read verse 9 again. Just make sure we're clear on this.
2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 9. And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria and besieged it.
So if we're going to be technical, the 4th year of his kingdom is when the besieging started. Now we jump again to verse 13.
Verse 13. Now, in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them.
Stop. So now, it took 10 years before Sennacherib actually came down and manifested what Hezekiah knew was about to come.
So he had 10 years preparation.
He had 10 years of preparation of diverting the water, 10 years to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, 10 years to get as much food and supplies stockpiled in Jerusalem. He had 10 years to make sure the weapons were tight, the shields were tight,
Built the war chest.
the war chest was right, he got his money right, he had his food right,
Come.
all those animals was ready to go, to hunker down and weather this besieging that he knew was coming. He sat back and shut down that Via Mars road so they can't come around and take his flank. It's also about protecting their flank.
Yep.
The goal was to protect their flank while looking after Egypt. They were ready to go. But it took 10 years of foresight and preparation so that before the Sennacherib comes down and intends to bring the pain to Jerusalem. So, give me a verse. What's that?
And that 10 years of foresight, that comes from something. Like we read in last week or 2 weeks ago, we was going over how great Hezekiah was.
Yeah.
He made a commitment to serve the Most High. Mm-hmm. Real quick, Proverbs chapter 23, verse 26. He made a commitment to serve the Most High, and the Most High gave him that foresight also. Because he made a commitment to serve. He made serving the Most High a priority. Read that right there.
Proverbs chapter 23 and verse 26.
Read that.
My son.
He said what?
My son.
Go ahead.
Give me thine heart.
What did Most High ask for?
Thine heart.
He said, my son, give me your heart. What else?
And let thine eyes observe my ways.
He said, the Most High told, David wrote that he understands that the Most High wants what from men?
Observe my ways.
He wants what's my heart? What's your heart?
Mine.
The mind, man.
Complete attention.
The Most High wants your mind, and He wants your eyes to observe His ways. And when you give the Most High your mind, and then you put your eyes on observing the Most High, He can give you that kind of foresight to observe danger, to prepare for danger. Read on.
Con.
Yeah, the next verse.
Con. For a whore is a deep ditch.
He said because you'll fall away from trouble. You get away from trouble. He said whore, you keep yourself from whoredoms. Read on.
Whoredoms, exactly.
And a strange woman is a narrow pit.
He said whoredom is a deep ditch and a strange woman is a narrow pit. Meaning what? I can observe danger and prepare myself for danger. I can prepare myself to get out of bad situations. But that only comes when you give your mind to the Most High and you set your eyes on serving the Most High. He can prepare you to navigate you away from danger. That's all the Most High been asking for. But when we read about Hezekiah, he had made a solid, sound commitment to make the Most High priority. And now you can see how the benefit. You can see the benefit 10 years later, 14 years later of serving the Most High. You don't always see the benefit up front, but you see the benefit later. That, man, I'm so glad I made a commitment to serve the Most High. Look at the danger I escaped from at this time. The Most High removed me from harm's way. Let me let that go. You can let that go in Proverbs. I want to bring that out. How Hezekiah was able to have that foresight, man. That's a reward of being diligent, serving the Most High.
And that's the Most High gave him that insight because of his humility. But the crazy thing is, even with that insight, and even with that planning and that organization, he's still at the brink of destruction.
Yep.
Because the thing is this, we always sit back here and look at the brother or sister who didn't plan things out, didn't use wisdom, and we can sit back and say, well, they didn't use wisdom, they didn't think this thing out, they didn't plan this, they didn't change this, they didn't make the adjustment, and that's why they're in this situation.
Yep.
That's partially true, and that's partially false. Because what was the purpose of Hezekiah doing all this work? Why did he do all this? Why did he revert the water underground and all these things? All these military moves and the fortifications of the temple? Why? Yeah, but he was trying to protect himself from the war. But all that protection and foresight and thinking, the planning to protect himself from the battle, guess what still happened? The battle still came. And you know, if it was the will of the Most High, guess what would have happened? You can have all the war in the world. If you was going to lose, you was going to lose. Mm-hmm. And you still have to rely on the Heavenly Father, because we're going to read what Hezekiah does when all that planning and organization leads to him still being in the trick bag and his nation still looking at utter destruction. So it's a humbling reminder for us. You can plan and think, and I can be the wise guy all them day long you want. Most High is still going to force you to be humble. He's going to still force you to bend the knee and go to the Most High and ask for help. There's nobody can escape that reality. So, let's get verse 13 again.
God. 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 13.
Because I'm telling you, a lot of Israel overly trust in their wisdom. Overly trust in their capacity to think. They overly capacity in their planning abilities, in their intelligence, in their skill to foresee things. But the Most High breaks and humbles every single one of us, whether it's the smart guy or the person who don't think things too. Everybody is subject to having to have faith in the Most High, even Hezekiah. So read verse 13.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 13. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them.
Listen, Sennacherib was taking the smaller cities that were adjacent to Jerusalem. Now listen, the scary thing is this. When the Assyrians take you, guess what happens? When the Assyrians take your city, when they come to your town, when the Assyrians come to your town, what kind of party is it at? It's a bad party act. Because you leaving the house, act. You leaving your crib. And you getting taken to Assyria. This is how we know for sure Judites were part of the diaspora too during this time. They were taken out during the time of Pek and Rezin. They were sent to Assyria, and even right here. They took out Judites from these smaller towns outside of Jerusalem. They were taken out. And they were sent and shipped to where everybody else was getting taken out to. They're in prison camps up in Assyria. Judah weren't absolved from that. So when you sit back and read, you'll sit back here and read later on in Nature Knows No Color Lines by Jay Rogers, and you read about black, what do you call it, what do you call those images and those,
Icon?
and they're not icons, but those, they had lions or they had their faces on there, those coats of armor. Mm-hmm. Listen, there were Judites that were shipped out to Assyria and eventually worked their way to Europe. It wasn't just a 9.5. Okay, so we're understanding that. So read verse 14 now.
God. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish.
Now, what he's doing is now as Hezekiah is preempting them coming to Jerusalem. They hadn't made it to Jerusalem yet. They were wiping out small fenced cities. A fenced city is different than a fortified city. So he's like, damn, man, let me send this letter to the king in Lachish. Lachish, I'm going to show you. Wait 10 seconds, y'all. But the button was pushed. Lachish is northwest of Gaza. No, Lachish is northwest of Gaza. Hopefully it's popped up.
This is still Sennacherib,
I know.
right?
Huh?
This is still Sennacherib you're talking about?
Sennacherib's the same guy, yeah. Sennacherib, man. Sennacherib sounds like a snack guy. Like some cookies act. But Sennacherib, whatever works for you. So you see Gaza on the right along the water. And you see top right hand corner from Gaza. You'll see Lachish. Okay? So Lachish is that city that Hezekiah is sending letters to inform and communicate with Sennacherib now. He's trying to kind of test the waters and see if he can kind of work his way out of this hell. He's like, man, if Lachish falls, because Lachish fell, and Lachish was a fortified city also. He's like, damn, they took out like the second most fortified city in the south. Lachish wasn't small. There was one of the Judite kings that was wicked, ran to Lachish, and they caught him slipping, and they threw him out so that people can get him that was waiting for him outside.
Yep.
Point is, Lachish is a fortified city. So, read verse 14.
And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria, to Lachish, saying, I have offended.
And why is he telling the king of Assyria that he's sorry for offending him?
Because that money, right?
Huh?
The money?
No, money's going to be dealt with in a second. But he's trying to apologize to sit back here and see if Sennacherib is going to let him off the hook. Because he's feeling the what? He's feeling the pressure. Listen, did he pray to the Most High and ask him, was it the best thing to send money to this guy? Do you think he prayed at this time? Or is he dealing with straight, like, business propositions and diplomacy? Why did he pray? He could have prayed to the Most High now. But when they took out Lachish, he was getting nervous. We're gonna read the whole verse and then we're gonna talk about it. Read verse 14 again.
Gun. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria, to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me.
Back off. If you possibly can, I offended. I overstepped my bounds. Salakia.
Yep.
Read on.
One verse on that too. Luke
14 and 31.
Gotta get that.
I was going there. Matter of fact, let him finish the verse.
Okay, yeah.
Let him finish the verse and then we'll hit it. Let's do that. Read it from the top again. I was already going to go there.
2 Kings chapter 18 and verse 14. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me. That which thou puttest on me will I bear.
Remember we read about the fact that he said in verse 7 that he rebelled against the king of Assyria?
Mm-hmm.
He rebelled by not paying his fee. He didn't pay his fee, so he didn't bend the knee. So the king comes to sit back down and deal with that consequence.
It's time to collect.
He's like, I'm sorry. I should have paid your money, man. I stepped out of bounds. Read on.
Pay your taxes. Man.
You should have paid your fare. Now he got 10 years of taxes to pay. Read on.
And the king of Assyria appointed unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold.
That's a lot, bro.
Man.
That's a lot of weight. That's heavy. That's a lot of truck full of supplies.
So he's telling him, this is what you owe me.
Yes, this is what you owe me.
Okay.
And I want this now. Not now, but right now. Nah. So, what we're going to do, now we're going to go to the scripture Shamshan one pulled in Luke chapter 14, verse 31.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 31. Whenever you're ready, guys.
I'm ready.
Come.
You got it, Shamshan?
Mm-hmm.
Read that.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 31. Or what king going to make war against another king?
The fact that Hezekiah didn't pay him his money was the fact that he's going to go to war with him. If you don't pay your vassal fees, you're saying I'm ready to go to war with you.
Right.
So this applies to him too.
That's a slap in the face.
It is. And it's a challenge to the new king's authority. Don't forget, Tiglath-Pileser just died. Or Shalmaneser just died. So what happens is a new king that comes into power has to assert his what? Authority. I got to sit back and show you I'm not to be played with. So he's doing this with everybody. Okay, these Jews want to sit back here and test my power. I'm going to show them that I'm just as powerful as Shalmaneser and Sargon, and I'm going to show them more. We're going to bring the whole fleet to them and Egypt. Because you're going to read later on, they were heading to Egypt next. Read on.
Or what king going to make war against another king sitteth not down first and consulteth whether he be able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000?
Those numbers don't add up.
Listen, man.
If you got 10,000 and you fight against 20,000, you got to sit down and think about that. You got to sit down and weigh the options. What are my options? Do I have enough to go with this person in battle? Do I have an armory? Do I have soldiers? Do I got archers? Do I have horsemen? Do I have chariots? Do I have all the necessary tools to go to war? If not, read on.
Well, hold on. Well, listen. So was reverting the water, was that enough?
Nah, that wasn't enough.
Was reverting water and getting a couple shields and get some sharp
elevate the
arrows?
towers.
Was that enough? And what all that was all it did was buy you more time. It wasn't wicked, but with what you had, that was the best you was going to do in your situation. But it wasn't going to win you a fight. Keep going.
Finish that.
Verse 32. Or else, while the other is yet a great way off.
And that's why he said in verse 14, he sent letters to the king.
Yep.
Read on.
He sendeth an ambassador and desireth conditions of peace.
And that's what Hezekiah is doing right now. That's why he's apologizing.
The point is it ain't too far off. Lachish is like 20-minute horse ride.
Yeah.
Maybe 30 minutes.
You know, you're never too far away from saying I'm sorry, man. you can never not use that option to say, man, I'm sorry, I apologize. I made a mistake.
Kinda.
Yeah, you gotta swallow your pride sometimes. Sometimes it can prevent a war, or sometimes it ain't no preventing a war. But you gotta try what you can with the time you have when you know you're outnumbered.
Yep.
Sometimes you gotta bow down and say I'm sorry.
You know, he saw. You know, he found out how many people really came, how many warriors really came. He's like, man, them numbers is fierce.
Yeah.
Like, these are some fierce numbers, Zach. And listen, the Assyrians were killers, Zach.
Yep.
And they were madmen, and they just didn't care. They tortured you, bro.
They were masters of torture.
Kinda. They really were.
They created instruments of torture.
Yes.
When you read about the Assyrians, they had a multitude of devices to pull the best out of you. One of them, they would put you on they would build a wooden pyramid, a fulcrum, and they'll set your butthole right on the top of it. And then they'll put chains on each leg, and then they'll pull you down with the chain, and then they would split you in half slowly over a period of days. You know what I'm saying? From the butthole up. So these are some of the devices that the Syrians came with. They had the Iron Maiden. You know what the Iron Maiden is? You're in a coffin full of nails. Yeah, not the rock band Iron Maiden. You know what I'm saying? But the coffin that got the spikes in it. Yeah, the Syrians had those too. So they just close you up, boom, put you in the Iron Maiden, leave your body pierced up till you bleed out. You know what I'm saying? They had torture. They had these heated. They put mice on your stomach, and then they'll put a bowl of coals above the mice. Mice like to dig. Rats like to dig when they know it's fire, so they start digging. So they put the rats in a cage over your stomach, light the coals on top. The rats start digging through your stomach to get away from the heat, from the fire. So they had a variety of ways to torture people, man. They were masters of torture. Bro. So that the last people you wanted to get conquered by was the Assyrians, man.
And that's why they were like, man, forget this.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit back and say, friend, I messed up.
Yeah.
Can we make this thing right?
Make it right.
What can we do to make this right, man? You're right. I messed up.
It says right here, it says, the Assyrians depicted the torture in great detail on the walls of the imperial palaces. They created tablets containing every single punishment the Assyrian army carried out. They cut off the limbs, gouged out the eyes, and then left those poor victims to roam around. Those poor people serve as a living reminder of the Assyrians' cruelty. The cruelty didn't only hurt the enemies, the Assyrian soldiers suffered too. The soldiers were seeing and hearing the ghost of killed enemies. The Assyrians were proud of the mass executions. They loved to impale their victims with large stakes. Mm-hmm. Such sight instilled terror and fear into the rest of the population. For the Assyrian kings, it was a showcase of their power.
So the Romans didn't do it first. The Assyrians did that first.
Yeah.
Leave you impaled. The Romans would just dip you in oil, impale your body, and then put you on the side of the Roman road and light you up like a stoplight or like a street light.
And stadium light.
Yeah.
So all these things are happening. Hezekiah's like, man, all this planning, it's not working. These guys are at Lachish, and these numbers are too much. They got chariots and horsemen. Listen to what the ambassador ends up saying. He's coming at him. He's clowning him, as you read out. What you gonna say?
I had the conversion numbers of what that would be today in those talents that he was requesting.
What are the conversions? You can get out of here. What are the conversion numbers?
Yeah, in silver, it would be valued today at $16 million. And in gold, it would be valued at $127 million.
It's a lot, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of That's your whole storehouse for multiple years.
And keep in mind, Ahaz, his father, had gave away a lot of the temple treasures.
God.
So wasn't a lot of money left.
Well, you know, the Most High blessed them, and they replenished,
Yeah.
and they had to lose it again. So it's 10 years of building back up just to give it out in one fell swoop. So now we got that in Luke 14. Let's jump back to verse 14 again. I'm not gonna hide if you can. Let's switch in.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha.
And much.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yashem Rakatah.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
All right.
Also, this is what they said too. It says the Assyrian kings were fond of flaying rebel leaders, and flay process would start with the buttocks, thighs, and lower leg. This is the actual wording. It says Assyrian king.
And he's cutting off the skin, flaying.
Yeah, they would cut the skin off, strip it, and pull it off the living victim. It says, I let the leaders of the conquered cities be flayed, and clad the city walls with their skins. That was the Assyrian king. Another one says,
Leatherface.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
All of the city. Then it says, I entered that city, its inhabitants I slaughtered like lambs. So they would.
It's crazy, bro.
That's like their little trophy.
They were into it. So anyway, we got this, right? These are bad guys. That's the solution. That's the answer. These are bad guys, and now Hezekiah is really stressing out about what he got to do. Read verse 14 again. So 2 Kings 18 and verse 14.
2 Kings chapter 18, verse 14. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, but hardened their necks.
No, 2 Kings 18
Oh, I'm sorry.
and 14.
2 Kings 18 and 14. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me. That which thou puttest on me will I bear. And the king of Assyria appointed unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold.
So he said back, he said, I'll take the payment. I accept it. Read on.
And Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Most High, and in the treasures of the king's house.
He emptied it. He emptied all of his finances to sit back in hopes that there'd be peace and Jerusalem would be salvaged. Read on.
At that time did Hezekiah cut off the gold from the doors of the temple of the Most High, and from the pillars which Hezekiah king of Judah had overlaid, and gave it to the king of Assyria.
Mm-hmm.
And the king of Assyria sent Tartan, and Rabsaris, and Rabshakeh from Lachish to King Hezekiah with a great host against Jerusalem.
So he took the money and still sent soldiers up there. He took the money. The money was sent to Lachish. And these messengers came up there with a great host to establish intimidation. Read on.
And they went up and came to Jerusalem. And when they were come up, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool.
That conduit of the upper pool is where that access to water would have been before they shut it down. Read on.
Which is in the highway of the fuller's field.
Okay, let me see if I can. Unless you're there, it's kind of hard to explain it, or at least for me. I'm not going to front. So they sat back and got to this space. To the far right, that place where Joab entered, they rode up to the east side of Jerusalem and had a little conversation with him. I would say right along, they came up around here and they started talking to him. I'm putting it, it's to the east. If you see this image, it's an image of Israel. And you have the south, you have the east, and it's near that green grassy area on the far right side of Jerusalem. Anyway, that's where he's at when they're talking to Hezekiah's ambassadors. But let's keep going. Verse 18.
Verse 18. And when they had called to the king, there came out to them Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, which was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder.
So Hezekiah didn't come out himself. He sent his ambassadors because they sent their ambassadors. So you have the ambassadors for Sennacherib talking to the ambassadors for Hezekiah over the wall. They're talking to him over the wall. And the guards are all around him and everything. Read on.
Verse 19. And Rabshakeh said unto them.
Matter of fact, hold that. Let's go to Josephus real quick. And let's go to Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 1. Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 1.
Book 10, chapter 1, paragraph.
Yep. Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 1. Does everybody have one?
It's page
Good?
265. If you got the blue Josephus, it's page 265.
Okay. Let's read that.
Okay. Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 1, page 265. It was now the 14th year of the government of Hezekiah, king of the two tribes, when the king of Assyria, whose name was Sennacherib, made an expedition against him with a great army, and took all the cities of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin by force. And when he was ready to bring his army against Jerusalem, Hezekiah sent ambassadors to him beforehand, and promised to submit and pay what tribute he should appoint. Hereupon Sennacherib, when he heard of what offers the ambassadors made, resolved not to proceed in the war, but to accept of the proposals that were made him. And if he might receive 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold, he promised that he would depart in a friendly manner. And he gave security upon oath to the ambassadors that he would then do him no harm, but go away as he came. So Hezekiah submitted and emptied his treasures and sent the money, as supposing he should be freed from his enemy and from any farther distress about his kingdom. Accordingly, the Assyrian king took it, and yet had no regard to what he had promised.
So he flim-flammed them out.
Yeah.
He got the money, and either way, he was going to go take him anyway. Read on.
But while he himself went to the war against the Egyptians and Ethiopians.
So, like I told you before, his goal was to take out Egypt. I guess in his head, these guys already gave me their money, so I'm gonna have my little dudes go finish them off while I go and deal with the Egyptians and Ethiopians and make this money from them and take out their kingdom. So this is why, as we're reading in 2 Kings, that the ambassadors came up there to talk to King Hezekiah versus Sennacherib going up there himself. He didn't see the need to go against them. Let me go and take out these Egyptians while my captains go and break these guys. Read on.
While he himself went to war against the Egyptians and Ethiopians, he left his general, Rabshakeh, and 2 other of his principal commanders with great forces to destroy Jerusalem. The names of the 2 other commanders were Tartan and Rapsaris.
So now that gives a little bit more insight as to what's going on and why Sennacherib wasn't there himself. He didn't see it was necessary. Let me go down and take out these Egyptians and then Ethiopians so then I can sit back here and just conquer this whole area. So, with that being the case, read verse 19. So it's diplomat, 2 Kings 18 and 19, diplomat to diplomat. Now they're going to sit back here and start trashing and talking down to the Hebrews. Read on.
2 Kings chapter 18, verse 19. And Rabshakeh said unto them, Speak ye now to Hezekiah. Thus saith the great king, the king of Assyria. What confidence is this wherein thou trustest?
He's like, so where's your confidence at? Why are you sitting back here and so proud to dare go against and challenge us, the king of Assyria? Where is your pride and confidence in? Read on.
Thou sayest, but they are but vain words. I have counsel and strength for the war.
He's like, yeah, you acting like you got strength. You dug a little couple holes and got the water underground. You got a little pretty little wall you put up here. You think you got what it takes to go against us. Your actions are showing us that you think you're ready for war. You're cutting off our access to get to Egypt. You're cutting off that Via Mars highway. You seem like you're making bold damn moves to come against us. Read on.
Now on whom dost thou trust, that thou rebellest against me?
He said, who are you sitting back here in cahoots with to give you the confidence to think that your numbers can outmatch our numbers? Read on.
Now, behold, thou trustest upon the staff of this bruised reed, even upon Egypt.
He said, you trust on this broken ass stick, Egypt? You're trusting on, you got a broken staff, or you got split wood, split wood staff out.
You got crutches that don't work.
Crutches that don't work. So these crutches they ain't even stable. He said, man, I'm going to blow on Egypt and they going to fall apart. And you trusted in them? But why would he even say that? Why would he make the accusation that you're trusting in Egypt? Because you're sitting back here helping them by cutting off that road and taking out the people in Gaza, the Philistines. This is why they were saying they're not just making it up. They've already foiled the plan. They know what they're doing. They know what they see what they've been trying to do. And he says, you're trusting in the nation that we're about to topple as we're toppling you. That's what you really got your confidence in? To think that you're bold enough to take us? Read on.
Now behold, thou trustest upon the staff of this bruised reed, even upon Egypt, on which if a man lean, it will go into his hand.
He said, that staff's going to go right to your skin if you lean on that damn staff weight a little too much. He's like, Egypt is ready to collapse. Read on.
It will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, unto all that trust on him.
And that's what he's saying. You're trusting in a nation that's about to topple. And you're going to use their weakness. You're going to lock into their weakness to justify why you should be bold against us. Read on.
But if you say unto me, we trust in the Most High our power.
Or is it the Heavenly Father? Or is your reason for acting like this for the Most High? Read on.
Is not that he whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah have taken away?
The funny thing is, I guess the Assyrians' idea of what being spiritual and holy was all twisted up. He's like, are you serving the Most High? Isn't that Hezekiah the one who took out all the high places? So there's no place for you to serve your God anyway? That's their thinking. He's like, didn't your God take out the high places? So isn't that a direct violation against the gods?
Right.
And you're trusting in the gods? Or you're trusting in Egypt? What's your justification for being so anti-us? Read on.
And has said to Judah and Jerusalem, ye shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem.
And you act like going to this one place is the answer? Going to Jerusalem to this one place is the solution to you taking out our mighty army? Serving one God in this one place? That's the answer?
Keep in mind, the Assyrians was built by who? Well, it was built by Nimrod. Nimrod built the Assyrian nation. So a lot of their beliefs come from him.
Yeah.
And Nimrod's beliefs was that you don't have to depend on the Most High to be successful.
Yep.
You can depend on your own personal strength.
Yeah.
That was a Nimrodian teaching. That you can depend on your strength to get through what you need to go through, not the Most High.
Your strength, and particularly a lack of a need for only having one monotheistic power. Because that was what Abraham kept attacking in Babylon, about the fact that the need for all these polytheistic gods was not what the Creator had intended for mankind to follow. Abraham said we were only intended to follow the one power, not all these multiple gods. So I would imagine in this Assyrian guy's stance, you're not even praying and worshiping to these multiple gods to get the protection you need to come against us. You think this monotheistic approach is going to save you from us? Read on.
Verse 23. Now therefore I pray thee, give pledges to my lord the king of Assyria, and I will deliver thee 2,000 horses, if thou be able on thy part to set riders upon them.
Now he's clowning them. He said, listen, he said, bring 2,000 riders out. I don't even think you got 2,000 riders to ride our horses. I don't think you got enough trained men to ride our assault vehicles. You know, Esau right now in Russia, NATO has to train the Ukrainians to ride to pilot these Leopard tanks and these the United States tanks, the Bradleys.
The British tanks too.
And those Challengers and all you got to train them for months before they're even ready. He's like, man, you don't even have 2,000 men in your little city that can ride our 10,000 chariot horses right now. He's just saying, you guys got little strength. You don't have no riders. You don't have no trained men. Trained men. You don't got your military force sucks. You need a couple arrows going to do it. This is what he's explaining. You don't even have enough riders to ride our horses. He's talking crazy. Read on. And he's saying this, as you're going to read, he's saying it in Hebrew.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Because the ambassador goes like, can y'all just talk? Our ambassador's like, can you talk in Assyrian? We know Assyrian. And he said, I didn't come out here to speak Assyrian. I came out here to speak in your damn Hebrew, so all your city knows that y'all about to fall. Man, this is crazy, guys. Read verse 24.
Verse 24. How then wilt thou turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants?
He said, you don't have enough capable men to put fear in the least of my captains and their horsemen.
The lowest ranking.
My little dudes ain't afraid of y'all. You don't got nobody that would challenge the weakest of our regiment. Read on.
And put thy trust on Egypt for chariots and for horsemen?
You think they're going to sit back and bring reinforcements to help you while you guys are held up in this city? They don't have the numbers. He knows he's going a lot militarily, strategically. Egypt, even if they don't have the personnel to come and take our guys out, there's no surviving this endeavor. Read on. Matter of fact, hold that and go to Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 2.
Book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 2, page 266. Now, as soon as they were come before the walls, they pitched their camp and sent messengers to Hezekiah and desired that they might speak with him. But he did not himself come out to them for fear, but he sent 3 of his most intimate friends.
So obviously Hezekiah was shook, man. He was shook. He felt the pressure. He thought that the bribe was going to save him and his people, and it didn't work out. Hearing all the stories about these filleted kings, and how they'll sit back here and take you and put your whole body out there for the whole world to see and run out there in the sun. He was afraid. Read on.
The name of the one was Eliakim, who was over the kingdom, and Shebna and Joab the recorder.
He sent his 3 trusted men to receive the message and drop it to him. Read on.
So these men came out and stood over against the commanders of the Assyrian army. And when Rabashakeh saw them, he bade them go and speak to Hezekiah in the manner following.
He said, tell your king this. Read on.
That Sennacherib, the great king, desires to know of him on whom it is that he relies and depends, and flying from his Lord, and will not hear him nor admit his army into the city. Is it on account of the Egyptians and in hopes that his army will be beaten by them? Whereupon he lets him know that if this be what he expects, he is a foolish man, and like one who leans on a broken reed, while such a one will not only fall down, but will have his hand pierced and hurt by it. That he ought to know he makes this expedition against him by the will of the Most High.
So he also doubles down and says, we're doing this expedition because the Father told us to do this. They're making a bold claim saying the Most High is with them. Read on.
Who have granted this favor to him, that he shall overthrow the kingdom of Israel, and that in the very manner he shall destroy those that are his subjects also. When Rabshakeh had made his speech in the Hebrew tongue,
He did it in Hebrew. So everybody around could hear. Read on.
For he was skillful in that language. Eliakim was afraid, lest the multitude that heard him should be disturbed. So he desired him to speak in the Syrian tongue. But the general understanding what he meant, and perceiving the fear that he was in, he made his answer with a greater and louder voice.
Like most people, when they scared, they talk loud.
Yeah.
Hey, just talk in Syrian. I got it. But he was scared as hell. Read on.
Oh. And louder voice, but in the Hebrew tongue. And said that since they all heard what were the king's commands, they would consult their own advantage in delivering up themselves to us.
Read that part again. I might have said that wrong.
Yeah.
Read Eliakim.
Okay. Eliakim was afraid lest the multitude that heard him should be disturbed. So he desired him to speak in the Syrian tongue.
So Eliakim asked the ambassadors from Syria, from Assyria, to speak in Syrian. Read on.
But the general, understanding what he meant, and perceiving the fear that he was in, he made his answer with a greater and louder voice, but in the Hebrew tongue.
So I was wrong. The ambassadors from Assyria knew that the ambassadors from Israel were afraid. So he got bolder and spoke in Hebrew even louder. Read on.
And said that since they all heard what were the king's commands, they would consult their own advantage in delivering up themselves to us. For it is plain that both you and your king dissuade the people from submitting by vain hopes, and so induce them to resist. But if you be courageous and think to drive our forces away, I am ready to deliver to you 2,000 of these horses that are with me for your use. If you can set as many horsemen on their back and show your strength.
This guy's clowning, bro.
I know.
This is all mind games. That's what military warfare is in the beginning. Initially is mind games and manipulation. If you give them the right mentality, it's over.
And so he's like, listen, man, if you guys got the people, I'll throw 2,000 damn horses. So if you got them, make this somewhat of a fair fight. Like, you guys are trash. This is not going to work.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Just like Mike Tyson when he got in the ring. He used to intimidate the hell out of his people and knock them out quick. Less of a fight.
Yeah, they call it the Tiger Woods effect on the golf course.
Yeah.
They said that players would play just knowing that Tiger Woods' name was on the board as a competitor in the in whatever golf game they was playing. That the best players would play 10% worse.
Well, the funny thing is, but the thing is this: how do you do that when you are 3 holes up? Like you're 3 holes away, and then there's 2 holes. This guy is like on hole 12, and you're on hole 15. So how do you know he's gaining on you? You know what you hear? You hear roars. And everybody knows, damn, Tiger's gaining on me. I gotta sit back and knock this putt. Oh, go through.
You extra nervous.
And you extra nervous. Now you're hooking to the left when you were supposed to hook to the right.
You're not playing right.
You're not playing. You hear this roar of the crowd. Huh?
That's funny.
That's how you know. That's how the effect starts happening. You hear all these people are following him, and you got like 5 people over on your side watching you.
Yeah.
You can feel the energy.
That's the point. I just want to make sure I explain how the effect happened. Because if you're playing on your island, how would you know and care what he's doing? You start hearing this yelling and screaming and get in the hole! Yeah. Anyway, let me stop. Y'all keep going. But you got any more of that? Okay. So
that's psychological war, bro.
It is psychological war.
When you playing intimidation games with somebody.
He's like, man, he says, I will spot you 10 points and I'm gonna still get you.
Yeah.
Like runners. I'll let you go for 2 or 3 seconds and I'll still beat you out. What you gonna do? And then you see him beat you.
Right.
Brother.
Then he looking at you while he beating you.
Exactly.
He looking at you like like passing you up. Yeah.
That messed your head out. It's like, there's no way on your best day you're gonna beat me. So that's what's going on, bro. And they're taunting him. So let's continue. In the Josephus, we're going to read to the end of this paragraph.
If you can set as many horsemen on their back and show your strength, but what have you not, you cannot produce.
Mm-hmm.
Why, therefore, do you delay to deliver up yourselves to a superior force who can take you without your consent? Although it would be safer for you to deliver yourselves up voluntarily.
He said, man, just open the door, let us in, man.
Don't let that happen.
Let us in.
Game, man.
Because you go read the scriptures, the guy says he wants to get you a peaceful place.
Yeah, right.
Where there's so much food and security for you. After we take your women and kids.
Yep.
They didn't say that part. Listen, I keep going now.
While a forcible capture, when you are beaten, must appear more dangerous and would bring farther calamities upon
He said, because if you lose, he give him the Bill Do finger. If you lose, and we're going to take you out anyway, it's going to be way worse than if you just come out here now and save us the time and the sweat.
Like a police officer, you made me run.
What's that?
You already stole the money. You already sold.
Well, I already got the money. They want everything.
Yeah.
And the money ain't enough. The money ain't enough, my dude. I want it all. What else is in there?
Yeah.
They holding out.
First of all, you're able to produce that amount of money.
So what's in there?
You know, you got something else.
We got
going
something
on.
else. Let's see what's in there.
You hold them back.
Nah, there's something else in there. So, listen, let us in. Open the gates. Let us take a peek. It's going to be okay. We're going to take you out. We're going to take you to Assyria. There's nice cities in Assyria. We'll show you. We'll show you the nice cities.
After they torture you.
So either we're going to do it the easy way, or you're going to do it the hard way.
Exactly.
Which way you want it? If you ain't going to like us after we have to sweat and kill people, then after that, then we're going to be really bad guys.
And Romans used to do the same thing.
Yeah, bro.
And it's really about military efficiency. The game of war is, I expend less power and less energy, and guess what? I gain the more. It's like a business. You want to spend little and profit much.
Because that's the sight game works. When you just gave Sennacherib the money, he's going to Egypt to take your boys out. So what are you going to do? He about to take Egypt out. So you might want to think about letting this thing go before we have to sit back here and just sit here and post up around Jerusalem for weeks at a time. Because by the time they take on Egypt and they're coming back, we're really breaking you. We're going to really do y'all dirty.
Come on.
That's the challenge. Anyway, it's a bad day in Judah, and this is Hezekiah doing things the right way.
Doing things the right way.
He did everything the right way, and this is what he got to face. That's the scary thing.
But he's not cursing the Most High, though.
Well, you're going to see what he does. But the challenge is provided. Let's continue in paragraph 2.
Oh, that was this.
Oh, that's it? Okay. So now we're going to go down to,
Verse 25.
we're going to verse 25.
2 Kings chapter 18, verse 25. Am I now come up without the Most High against this place to destroy it?
He said, so you thinking that we're going to come up here without God on our side? He said, the Lord's on our side to take you guys out. Just like it was said in Josephus. Read on.
The Most High said to me.
He said, the Most High told Sennacherib. Read on.
The Most High said to me, go up against this land and destroy it.
Now, he might have thought that because the Most High does send lying spirits to people.
Mm-hmm.
So the Most High could have sat back here and told him to go up here so he can't get wiped out.
They've already been victorious over the 9.5.
He's been getting wins this whole time. If you look at the extent of the Assyrian Empire, they took out the whole known world. Or at least the known world that mattered.
Doesn't matter, bro.
Read on.
Verse 26. Then said Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and Shebna, and Joah, unto Rabshakeh, speak, I pray thee, to thy servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and talk not with us in the Jews' language, in the ears of the people that are on the wall.
He said, you got soldiers here trying to hold it down, and they getting wobbly in the knees, man. You know, it's bad.
Well, that's the goal, though.
I know that. And that's why, listen, they shook. Listen, I ain't gonna say the lie.
ambassador's talking crazy. The king don't know what's going on.
And it seems like he got a whole post like, this is a bad
And he don't tell his people.
situation.
He don't tell his people what he heard. You gotta deal with dissension inside the ranks.
Because they're like, because the people go back, listen, can we sit back here?
Let's just save our families, bro. Let's just get out of here.
Let's get out. I know. They're trying to put the pressure on the people to convince Hezekiah to fold. And that's why they're saying it in the Hebrew
That's
language.
a double battle.
I know.
Just like the States. When the States came out, they went to Vietnam. You had white boys out there burning T-shirts and going crazy.
Yeah.
Once the war broke, it made it hard for the president and the military to focus on conquering Vietnam because you got to battle back home.
Yep.
You got people that are unhappy back home, and they got the military soldiers. They don't want to be there. So that's a tactic. The people are upset, and the military wars, they have the spirit of fighting. And you still have to fight. We're fighting against the Assyrians and your people's fear and doubt. And your military is not really invested 100%, so you can't really produce the caliber of fight necessary to win the battle. He's already losing.
Yep.
On a carnal level.
So here we are. They're asking him to sit back and speak in Syrian, and we're going to see the response of Rabshakeh. Read on.
Verse 27. But Rabshakeh said unto them, Hath my master sent me to thy master, and to thee to speak these words?
He said, my master didn't send me up here to talk Syrian. He told me to speak Hebrew. And you're going to fall in Hebrew. What's that in Hebrew? You're going to fall in Hebrew. That's what I was sent to tell you. Read on.
Hath he not sent me to the men which sit on the wall, that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss with you?
Brother.
You're starved, bro.
Listen, you're going to starve. You're going to be relegated to eating poop cakes out and frying them out.
Yeah. Season.
He said, I'm going to sit back here and make it so bad, you're gonna throw some salt and some lotteries on some poop cakes out.
Yeah, some hot sauce.
And you're going to sit back and some hot sauce, put some hot sauce on it, put some flavor in it.
Yeah.
Because y'all going to be starving. And then when you're done and you're starving, then you're going to let us in, then we're going to violate you. So you might as well let us come in now and save all the hunger. This is a bad situation. Don't forget, how can a city like Samaria that was fenced last 3 years without cannibalism? What do you think they were doing in the northern kingdom when they were getting dried out? 3 years of being besieged? You're eating babies, huh? Isn't that what Deuteronomy was? The curses?
Yeah.
You're sitting back here eating children in 3 years, huh? How is she going to survive? So this is what they're saying, waiting for the South now. You just have water in your belly while you do it. You have water to boil the babies in. Read on. This is bad. And it's important that we paint the picture to this degree. This is real. This is life and damn death.
And this is partially the angle that people that are atheists use against the Bible. Like, you know what? Why do you believe in a God that allows these things to happen? But these are just the casualties of rebellion. They don't calculate that. Because we rebel, we're in this lower state.
Yep.
It's not because it's the will of the Lord. It's because you don't follow the instructions.
But how about this? Hezekiah did follow instructions.
He did, but
no, I know that. I'm just saying in general. That's even more of a psychological, I'm scratching my head. I'm doing everything that's right. And we're at the precipice of
collapse.
Huh? It's a reminder to us, even if you're doing things the right way, you still got to have faith. And the Most High is going to push you to the limits regardless.
No matter what.
Whether you're on point or not on point. You are going to have to learn how to cleave to the Most High. So, let's continue. What verse are we at?
Verse 28.
Okay.
2 Kings chapter 18, verse 28.
Matter of fact.
Or 27.
Just keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
Verse 28. Then Rabshakeh stood and cried with a loud voice in the Jews' language.
He got even louder so more Jews could hear. After you asked to stop, no, I'm going to get louder. We're going to turn this up. Read on.
And spake, saying, Hear the word of the great king, the king of Assyria. Thus saith the king, Let not Hezekiah deceive you.
Hezekiah is lying to you.
Wow.
Read on.
For he shall not be able to deliver you out of his hand.
He don't got the weapons. He don't got the resources. He can't protect you. He's flawed. He's weak. Come to us, man. It's going to be okay.
And this speaks to the carnal man. This speaks to the
This
man.
is scared. This is a scared person.
It's scary, but this is why Israel's supposed to train every day how to think spiritual.
That's what. Oh no, go ahead.
What Israel doesn't want to do, Israel wants to think carnal and think on a level of statistics and just straight mathematics and straight
Numbers.
carnal physical consciousness.
Wisdom.
Is quote unquote that's really, we had a whole class about this. It's with a piece of P word, right?
Yeah.
There's wisdom, and then before that,
Prudence.
Prudence.
Israel's very
You could
prudent.
have said prudence. You didn't say the P word like it was a
I
cuss word or something.
I forgot the word.
P word.
No, not that. But I forgot
It's
the
not a
word.
bad word.
No,
We're not teaching bad words online.
No. We said
Prudence,
prudence.
yes,
We didn't have
it
a
was
P word
prudence.
class.
I was like, damn, what's he saying? What's going on here? No, it was prudence. It was prudence.
Israel will practice prudence, and Israel will sit here and structure things and be technical. But that's really an excuse not to think spiritual.
Yes.
And we're playing a game. You have to learn both sides of the coin.
Yep.
Israel wants to be one dimensional, be religious, and not think on. Listen, bro, you have to pay your bills, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta pay. The Lord's gonna pay the bill. Trust me, He'll pay the bill. Listen, did you go to work? No, I didn't. God's gonna come through. Listen, Israel has to do strategic moves. Israel has to also be faithful.
It has to be both.
Israel wants.
You have to have faith and prepare.
But this is the.
Didn't Paul say faith without works is dead?
Come.
I'll show you my faith by my works. My works only take me to a certain point.
But this is Israel's problem when it comes to dealing with laws and following Christ. Israel wants to follow laws and structures, but they don't want to follow the Spirit of Christ, which is the fruits of the Spirit and virtues and righteousness in that dimension.
Mm-hmm.
So is Israel only picking to be one-sided or just doing half the work? It's still the same point.
Okay. So here we are now. Now he's going at the people. The great thing is how the people reacted was brilliant. What they did when they were facing these fear tactics really showed that the Most High showed them that Hezekiah was the guy to follow. Now, even though these ambassadors were trying to tear their confidence in their leader put enough works for them to sit back and hold that emotion and fear and trust that the Most High was working through Hezekiah. We're going to go through it. Let's keep going.
You want 29 again?
Yes, 29.
2 Kings 18, 29. Thus saith the king, let not Hezekiah deceive you, for he shall not be able to deliver you out of his hand. Neither let Hezekiah make you trust in the Most High, saying, the Most High will surely deliver us, and this city shall not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria.
So he's like, they're trying to convince the people not to listen to Hezekiah and that it's not going to work out. But keep going.
Verse 31. Hearken not to Hezekiah, for thus saith the king of Assyria, make an agreement with me by a present, and come out to me.
The gift I want you to give me, just come out, man. Just open the gates. Just one guy open it. It's okay. All it takes is one guy. He's open it up. It's going to be okay. We will be okay. And we will protect you. Read on.
And then eat ye every man of his own vine.
Who doesn't want to hear that? I get my own vine.
Yeah.
I get my own piece of the pie if I just open this gate.
You can keep your property. You can keep some.
No, not your property. You're going to keep property. I'm going to give you property. It ain't the property, because don't forget, it ain't like they're going to keep the property in Jerusalem.
No, that's being taken.
You are going to Assyria, but there'll be a vine for you in Assyria.
Yeah.
But the funny thing, remember we read about Tobit? People couldn't eat, or they were eating abominable foods. It was nothing but corruption in Assyria. And it was so bad, dead bodies were just laying out in the streets.
Tobit had to bury him.
There was starvation.
That's bad.
It was bad things going on in these camps. People weren't able to eat. They were dying. They were getting killed.
Like
so this guy's alive, huh?
This is like Nazis.
Listen, I can't
Not
even
like
say
that.
that. Can't even say
No,
that.
but
Anyway.
the idea of Nazis. I'm not gonna say that. I have a different belief about that.
Yeah.
But it's like the concept of Nazis.
Yeah, it's concentration camps. I can tell you that for sure. So they're saying, listen, but the lie is there will be something for you over there in these camps.
That's like the KKK knocking on your door saying, we just want to talk to them.
Yeah.
We just heard he whistled at a woman. We just want to.
This is like the late 1800s.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to him.
Yeah.
All these pitchforks
Yeah.
and white cloth over their head.
Yeah, rope in their hand.
We just want to have a discussion.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any discussion being had.
Come on, bring your boy out.
Come on, bring him out. We gonna be lying on him like shit. You know it's over. You go out there, right? You know it's over. That's what they're saying. Bring him out. There will be a vine for you where you're going. Read on.
And come out to me, and then eat ye every man of his own vine, and every one of his fig trees.
You gonna get your own personal fig tree. Yeah, right. Lying there, you know what of, right? Yeah, you going in the ghetto, bro. You going in the damn projects. That's what I got waiting for you in the project side.
Right.
Read on.
And drink ye every one the waters of his cistern.
They're making it sound so awesome, man.
That's for the sellout out.
Yeah,
That's for the sellout.
exactly. Maybe the one guy who opens the door might get that.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you got hard bondage in a foreign country.
They wanted Jesse Jackson out there in ancient times to come out there and
There
open it up.
there were plenty of Jesse Jackson types back in those days. Believe you me. Kinda. Well, let's keep going, man.
Verse 32.
Sheesh. This is a bad day act. Read on.
2 Kings 18 and 32. Until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of corn and wine.
He said, I'm going to take you to a land. It's kind of like your land. It looks just like it.
Yeah.
There's corn there.
And you ain't gonna miss nothing. We got everything you got. You ain't gonna miss nothing. It's gonna be just like home. Just like home.
They're painting this picture. It's going to just give up, man. It's been the knee.
And this is the demographic of our people that believe whatever the government says, like the Democrat. If they want to vote Democrat, there's a demographic of our people that believe what the government tells them, and they trust. Man, Black lives do matter. You really think that, bro?
Yeah.
Obama said one word: change.
Like,
That's it.
I'm crying.
That's it, bro.
I'm crying.
Get on the bus. Get on the bus.
Get on the bus.
Get on the bus.
We're gonna march.
Yeah.
We're gonna march
man, for more jobs.
Things are gonna change.
For more jobs.
Racism is over.
We're marching for jobs.
Yeah. They're talking to the demographic of our people that believe in that foreign authority. Just like we did when we were dealing with the Greeks. The Greeks played the same game. Hey man, you come over and get a license to sin, you can go and roll with us. We'll take care of you.
You can get paid. You can come up.
Listen,
you can come up.
We got business for you. We got contracts for you. How many of our people split up and dealt with that and went to the Greeks and became
student loan debt forgiveness?
There you go. There you go. That spirit is to that spirit of our people that are very simple. And they don't believe in the Most High.
No new taxes.
So if you don't believe in the Most High, you're going to go connect that political sphere.
Yeah, no new taxes.
Come on.
So listen, they're making these very enticing words in hopes that somebody's going to fold inside the city.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 32. Until I come and take you away to a land like your own land.
That's so whack. But keep going on.
A land of corn and wine. A land of bread and vineyards.
Yeah, vineyards.
Promised land.
There's vineyards. Hey, listen, they always got to promise there's wine involved. There will be places to drink. You will be able to drink. It's not just going to be bad. You'll have alcohol there. There will be alcohol out. Read on that.
If they would say weed, it would have been over.
Let's go! Open the gates! Open those gates!
Our people would sell out for some weed in a heartbeat.
Yes, they would.
When them injections came out, when the jab came out, what were they giving away in New York?
They would give him. He's right. Say that again, though. Yeah, so that people are not just saying that we're just
We're not
talking
making
crap.
this up.
Listen, when the jab was pushed, they're trying to get. And then we're trying to get the African American community. We're gonna say it that way: the African American community to participate in getting jabbed in New York.
Yeah.
What were they saying that you would get if you took the jab?
You were getting a free bag of the green stuff.
This is true, right? That is a true statement. They were offering ganja in replace of you sitting back here destroying your body.
They know our people, though.
Yep.
And you know what? I bet you it worked.
Yeah.
I bet you it worked.
Yeah.
I know. I have no doubt. I didn't even see the numbers, but I know it worked. That worked, huh? I bet you they were not going to where you were doing it. They were going to the place where that Joe was there, being switched out. where you had to work, they weren't giving out the Joe.
You know,
Down the street, they was giving out that drug.
you know, our people so crazy. We like, listen, man, hit me on both arms.
I get 2 bags.
bro. Okay.
Give me 2 bags. Hit me on both arms.
Booster right now.
And I'm coming back in 3 months. I'm gonna get another one because it's free.
That's our people out.
Oh my
Very
God,
simple.
that's bad, bro. So this is what they were dangling in front of Israel: comfort, alcohol, corn, stability. Read on.
A land of bread and vineyards, a land of oil, olive, and of honey, that ye may live and not die.
Then why do you want to die? Do you want to get flayed? No one wants to get flayed. Come over here and live with us. Read on that. What you gonna
But
say about
also
that?
to the fearful mind will make up any kind of. They're looking for just an ounce of hope.
Okay.
Because if you really don't believe in the Most High like that, anybody can play or any situation can play with your mind.
Yeah.
Even though it's an obvious lie, because I don't trust the Most High, I'll believe anything.
Yeah. It's all facts. So let's keep going.
And hearken not unto Hezekiah, when he persuadeth you, saying, the Most High will deliver us.
Kinda. Listen, this is a bad situation.
Wow.
Keep going. We're gonna read to the end of the chapter. Then we're gonna go to back to 2 Kings 18. I'm sorry. We're gonna go back to Chronicles after this. Read on.
Verse 33. Have any of the gods of the nations delivered at all his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharim, Hena, and Iva?
These are the gods. These are the gods that were supposed to be the gods that defended the Samaritan kings. These are the gods that were supposed to protect the northern kingdom. He said, your brothers up north, they had guys that were supposed to protect them.
They did.
And then, but see, they know partially how things went down.
Yep.
They're not connected all the way spiritually to the whole dynamic.
Right.
All he's saying is, the God is, you know what? Everybody got gods that they say defends them.
Yep.
You don't think that the gods, that the Persians didn't have gods that didn't work? And it didn't work, or the Medes, it was the Medes. They took out some of the Median places.
Yeah.
They had gods too. So they're hearing this God rhetoric all them day long. Like, listen, bro, the Northern Kingdom had gods that didn't work for them. Why do I think the God of Israel is so much more different than these other gods? The God of Egypt, that shit didn't work.
Right.
So why am I sweating? Why are we worried about this God?
Right.
You got God Shema. That's what this guy's head is.
Yeah.
Read on.
Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Iva? Have they delivered Samaria out of mine hand? Who are they among all the gods of the countries, and have delivered their country out of mine hand, that the Most High should deliver Jerusalem out of mine hand?
And that's the logic. So now, the awesome thing is that this sets the stage
Yeah.
for the Most High to intervene and humble them.
Right.
Because now they're blasphemous.
Yeah.
Now they're sitting back here and saying, you know what, man? Now they're crossing boundaries that they shouldn't be crossing.
It goes,
They didn't just make it just about fighting.
Right.
Now they want to spit in the Most High's face.
Right. It's like from fear to zealousness.
Yeah. Now it's arrogance and pride now. But let's continue.
Verse 36. But the people held their peace and answered him not a word.
That was powerful. With all those attempts to demoralize and break them, they kept silent. Because you know what? Don't forget, they had 10 years of seeing Hezekiah be on point. They had 10 years of them resurrecting Israel to a more spiritual place. They had seen the Most High come through for them. So they had enough good experiences with Hezekiah to know the Most High was with them.
Right.
And they can lock in and hold tight and weather through this, even though everything looks janky and looks like it's about to fall apart.
That's the power of good works. That's the power of committing when things aren't bad. People want to commit when things are bad. What about when things are good?
Yeah, when things are good. Ecclesiastes 2:1. He said, my son, when thou comest to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Yeah?
So, just because you serve the Most High doesn't mean the temptation is not right around the corner.
Yeah?
That's to be expected. That's in the Apocrypha. In the Apocrypha, in the Red Book, for those that don't. Everybody got Apocrypha? All right. So, that's the Apocrypha. He said, prepare thy soul for temptation. You got to know that when you serve the Most High, your faith is going to be tested, and that's what Hezekiah. That's what's happening right here.
You got something? You better pull something?
No, that was it. Just wanted to make that one point.
Okay. Well, then from here, let's go to we're still there in the verse. We're still there. So they didn't answer him. Read on.
Verse 37. Then came Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, which was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah the son of Asaph the recorder, to Hezekiah with their clothes rent, and told him the words of Rabshakeh.
Listen, they kept quiet, but that don't change the fact that they weren't shook.
Right.
Yeah.
They weren't shook. That was a problem.
They kept it real though.
And they rent their clothes as soon as they saw Hezekiah. I don't know how it's going to work out. Ah!
Yeah.
Let me throw these ashes on me.
You're in trouble.
It was straight fear. Okay? So we're going to let that go for now and go to 2 Chronicles 32 and verse 6 again.
2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 6.
2 Chronicles chapter 32 and verse 6. Read it.
And he set captains of war over the people, and gathered them together to him in the street of the gate of the city, and spake comfortably to them, saying.
So what's happening is Hezekiah had prepped them before these guys came over here and started attacking him with their words.
Right.
He prepped them. He had conversations and counsel with them before these captains came in and started bashing them. Read on.
Be strong and courageous. Be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria, nor for all the multitude that is with him. For there be more with us than with him.
Now, how was it more? How did the Jews have more with them than the Assyrians had on their side? Was it physical?
I don't know.
It wasn't physical. We were outnumbered tremendously. I can't give you these numbers 3-1, 4-1, 5-1. Doesn't matter. The answer though is no matter how bad the odds are, no matter how much the odds might be against you, he's saying there's still more with us than with them regardless. Because if the Most High and his angels are with us, it doesn't matter what numbers or odds we're against. We have the advantage. And this is what Hezekiah is teaching. They still had the advantage, even though militarily they were outnumbered. And they were mocking them. You ain't even got 2,000 men to go on our horses to fight against us.
Probably true.
It was true. But Hezekiah is still saying there's still more with us than with them. And that's the power of having faith. That's the power. I'm going to say this. There is a confidence of doing things the right way. When you do things the right way, and the Most High starts to show prosperity when you do things the right way, that's what you hold your hat on when the times of difficulty arise and smack you in the face. There is a confidence that comes from doing things the right way, and a trust that because when you do things the right way, the Most High is going to look after you and be there for you.
Clean hands make a man stronger and stronger.
Clean hands make the man stronger and stronger. Because they're like, listen, odds are jacked up. We did everything we can. Now it's up to the Most High. Be courageous. Be strong. The Most High is still with us, and his numbers outnumber any of these crazy odds. Does anybody got a little yellow marker? I want to marker this. This is a heck of a statement. Because it's a reminder. Even when you're outnumbered, you're not outnumbered. Even when the numbers are against you, you're not outnumbered. You still have the advantage if your works have been right, if your faith is right, and you've done right by your people, the advantage is still on your side.
You want to pull that in by the listen? Open that man.
Might as well, yeah. 2 Kings 5, right?
Might be First King. Let me see.
Maybe. I think it's first or second. I think it's 2 Kings 5.
Yeah, he said, open this man's eyes.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
On the war's point, read it again. Read that verse again where you're at in 2 Chronicles. Mm-hmm.
Second Chronicles chapter 32, verse 7.
And then also get First Maccabees chapter 3 and 3 and verse 1 and 3. First Maccabees chapter 3 verse 19. Say, okay. And then read that right there.
Second Chronicles chapter 32, verse 7. Be strong and courageous. Be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria, nor for all the multitude that is with him. For there be more with us than with him.
Now go to 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 6. And also get that in hold that last in Maccabees.
Okay.
Get 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 6.
1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 6. And Jonathan said to the young man that bare his armor, Come, and let us go over unto the garrison of these uncircumcised.
Which is the heathen of the uncircumcised. Read on.
It may be that the Most High will work for us.
It says, it may be certain men at certain times understood that when you have the Most High on your side, you always have a chance, even if you're outnumbered. You always have an opportunity for victory, even if the numbers don't add up. He said, it may be that what?
It may be that the Most High will work for us.
Go ahead.
For there is no restraint to the Most High to save by many.
It says, it is what?
There is no restraint.
It says, there is no restraint. For what?
To the Most High to save by many or by few.
It says, it's nothing to the Most High to deliver a army of 100,000 or army of 100. It's all the same to the Most High. Numbers don't exist in an army when it pertains to the Most High and having the Most High on your side. Numbers don't exist. They're irrelevant. So that's what he's saying. You can find this mentality throughout the scriptures. That men hold on to this mentality that as long as I got the Most High on my side, if the Most High be with you or for you, who could be against you? A lot of our people had this mentality. All right? And read that in 1 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 18.
It was 2 Kings 6.
2 Kings 6. Yeah, we'll get that too. Get 1 Maccabees 3 and 18 and read verse 19.
1 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 18. Unto whom Judas answered, It is no hard matter.
It says what?
It is no hard matter.
And this is Judas when he was fighting against the Greeks. He said it is no hard matter. Read on.
For many to be shut up in the hands of a few.
It says it could many men could be destroyed or overthrown by just a handful of men. That numbers never really mattered with the Most High. Read on.
And with the power of heaven.
It says as long as you got who?
And with the power of heaven.
If you got the Most High on your side, read on.
It is all one.
It's all the same. So the Most High evens the odds. He evens the odds against you when you believe in him.
Yep.
So it's all the same. Even if you're overthrown by fear. But you gotta rest and believe in these words that the Most High can offset the disadvantages in my life. Just because I'm the underdog. Or just because the odds are against me. All that's irrelevant. And then the last one is in 2 Kings chapter 6.
Oh, you want the rest of it?
Yeah, read verse 19 as well.
To deliver with a great multitude or a small company. For the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host.
Because the Bible says that the victory of battle standeth what?
Standeth not in the multitude of an host.
It's not in the numbers, bro. Victory is not in numbers. It's not in numbers. You got the best team, best squad. You got the best players. Doesn't matter, bro. It's who's with you. Yep. Who's on your side. That's what it comes down to. All right, last one on that point. 2 Kings chapter 6.
Yeah, maybe start from 8 to 17.
Yeah.
2 Kings 6, verse 8 through 17.
2 Kings chapter 6,
Got it.
verse 8.
Start at verse 12.
2 Kings chapter 6, verse 12. And one of his servants said, None, my lord, O king, but Elisha, the prophet that is in Israel, telleth the king of Israel the words that thou spakest in thy bedchamber.
So what's happening at this time is Elisha had the ability to see what the king of Syria was trying to do to take out the king of Israel. So he was able to find out what the intel was, and nobody else was privy to it besides his captains and the king himself. So he was able to find out what was going on, where they were trying to intercept and kill the king of Israel. Elisha would tell the king of Israel, "Hey, don't go this place. They're going to ambush."
And this is without having satellites.
Yep.
Because
or witchcraft. It wasn't witchcraft either.
Or sorcery.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're using nowadays. Modern
War.
technology, spy equipment, spy balloons, to be able to drones to capture intel. Of what the enemy's doing.
Yep.
The Most High was giving him insight.
Yep. And then so the king of Syria is like, "Who the hell is telling these people about our position?" And they're saying, "It's Elisha." So they're like, "In order for us to sit back here and win this war, we got to take this guy Elisha out." And that's where they're at. Mm-hmm. So let's continue.
13. And he said, "Go and spy where he is, that I may send and fetch him." And it was told him, saying, "Behold, he is in Dothan." Therefore sent he thither horses and chariots and a great host, and they came by night and compassed the city about.
So they surrounded the city. Read on.
And when the servant of the man of the Most High was risen early and gone forth, behold, an host compassed the city, both with horses and chariots. And his servant said unto him, "Alas, my master, how shall we do?"
He said, when he said, "How shall we do?" He said, "How the hell we gonna get out of here?"
Hell yeah. And that's his old English way. I don't know what the hell we going to do.
Yeah. What we gonna do, man?
Because a great host is a great host. That's a great army.
Yeah.
It's a large army. We're outmanned. There's no way. We got 2 to a couple thousand. Sorry.
Read on.
Verse 16. And he answered, "Fear not."
Now, Elisha is a prophet, but his faith is in who? The Most High. So that's where his strength is at. Even when he's surrounded by a host of army, by a whole army, by chariots and horsemen. Read on.
And he answered, "Fear not, for they that be with us."
Same thing we just read in second Chronicles. He says, "For they that be with us." Read on.
"Are more than they that be with them."
But what is he talking about? When he says that we got more on our side than they have on their side,
Right.
What is he talking about?
It's the same thing. Whatever is about to be shown here is the same thing that Hezekiah is explaining in 2 Kings 18 and 2 Chronicles chapter 31 or 32. Okay?
Read on.
Verse 18. Sorry, excuse me.
Verse 17.
And Elisha prayed and said, "The Most High, I pray thee, open his eyes."
He said, "Open his eyes," but his eyes was open already. So what he's talking about is not his physical eyes. He's not saying open his physical eyes because his servant already knows he's surrounded. When he says open his eyes, that means that you could be physically awake but spiritually blind.
Mm-hmm.
You could be physically awake and go through life, but spiritually detached and disconnected from how the Most High operates. Read on.
"I pray thee, open his eyes, that he may see." And the Most High opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha.
So what were those? Those were angels, bro. These were angels that were in stealth mode. They were in stealth mode, surrounding the army that was surrounding them.
Yep.
But you would have not known that if you were just looking at it from a physical perspective.
If you don't have faith.
If you don't got no faith. If you don't judge all things spiritually. Only men that look at things in a spiritual fashion and have faith in the Most High can recognize that even when I'm outnumbered by men, they're not outnumbering us, but we're outnumbering them.
We have the obvious advantage.
We have the advantage, bro. Wow. So you can let that go because it's the same thing Hezekiah said in 2 Chronicles chapter 32 in verse 7.
Mm-hmm. It's all about faith. And this is why when you sit back and read the works of Paul constantly says, what makes a man righteous? Is it the law or is it faith? The faith makes a man righteous because your consciousness is what the Most High is looking at to determine how connected you are to Him. But anyway, we'll go more into that this next Monday. But
They were following the law, though.
Yeah, they did. But a lot of
the Southern Kingdom was following the law.
Yeah.
But it takes more.
It takes more to actually gain and establish faith. Because our faith is what makes us righteous. Anyway, so let's continue. In 2 Chronicles 32 and verse 7.
2 Chronicles chapter 32, verse 7. Be strong and courageous. Be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria, nor for all the multitude that is with him. For there be more with us than with him.
So now what we're going to do, read verse 8. Read verse 8.
Verse 8. With him is an arm of flesh, but with us is the Most High our power to help us and to fight our battles.
The Most High and His angels are there to fight our battles. That's the. I need that yellow one more time, man. The Most High is there to fight our battles. It's not about the numbers and the technicalities, like a lot of us have trust in. Our trust truly has to be in the Most High. But the funny thing is, you really don't know how much faith you have in the Most High until you're in a situation like this. So a lot of us get so panicked out when we're in a situation we can't control. We don't understand the stressful situations and the difficult situations is like test day. It's test day. What were you supposed to be studying for? Why were you supposed to be reading the Bible all to come into class all these times? To get prepared for test day. When now you have to truly show that you believe in the words you read every day. A lot of us lack the ability to study and read and retain and cleave and hold on to the concepts. Because when you're in situations that you have no control over, the Most High is trying to see how much faith do you believe in these spiritual, how much can the Most High quantify if you believe in these concepts unless I use them when I have no control over a situation. And this is proof that Hezekiah had faith. Because he was able to cleave to the Most High, even though there were little chinks in the armor. Hell yeah, he was afraid. Hell yeah, he doubted. Hell yeah, he sit back here and tried to go the financial route to alleviate this issue. But once he realized that didn't work, he still understood he had to trust in the Most High.
He understood his position.
Huh?
Got pull one scripture.
Okay.
Isaiah 31 and 1. Isaiah 31 and 1.
Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help.
Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help. What does Egypt represent? It represents all the things in your past that work for you. Your past methodology of survival. Read.
And stay on horses.
Read on.
And trust in chariots.
You're trusting once again in your physical reality, that physical consciousness, that what you can physically perceive and what you can logically perceive. There's a difference. Logic fails sometimes. A lot of times, actually. There's logic. We teach logic, but it better be backed by the spiritual reasoning.
Yep.
Spiritual reasoning is paramount. That's priority. And then logic is second. But some people just believe strictly in their logic. Read.
And trust in chariots.
You trust in chariots. Read.
Because they are many.
Because they are many. Once again, you're looking at the multitude of defense you have. Your financial defense, your physical defense. Read.
And in horsemen, because they are very strong.
Read on.
But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel.
That's the problem, bro. All ducks in a row except for my faith. All ducks in a row except for my relationship with the Father. All ducks in a row except for me applying humility. All ducks in a row except for me, but I haven't put in the sacrifice necessary to get my defense. People can say, why be Israelite? Why suffer and why go through the ups and downs with Israel and why go through the back and forth with your people and why not just be independent and live your life? Because guess what? When you put the sacrifices in, there's a confidence that the Most High is honoring your past sacrifices when things were good. When things were good and things weren't uncomfortable, there's a confidence in, listen, I gave up things, I gave up safety, I gave up my personal interest when it wasn't necessary. So why would the Most High protect me now? This is my true insurance policy.
Right.
We believe in insurance policies for the carnal realm, But we don't believe in insurance policies when it comes to the spiritual realm. Read on.
But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek the Most High.
And neither do what?
Neither seek the Most High.
I don't make my first preference the Father. I come to Most High as a break out of jail card. I come to Most High when it's all things, when there's no other option. Well, there is a Most High, so let me go ahead and serve the Most High now. We have it completely backwards. That was the only point I wanted to bring out.
Yeah, keep reading though.
Read on.
Yet he also is wise.
It said the Most High is what?
Yet he also is wise.
The people that your wisdom, your logic, your reasoning, or the help that you purchase to aid you, to assist you, that's not the Most High. The scriptures say the Most High is wise. Go ahead.
And will bring evil, and will not call back his words.
Read on.
But will arise against the house of the evildoers.
Go ahead.
And against the help of them that work iniquity.
Even of those avenues that you go seek to aid you in your reasoning, he said he'll make that fall too. To prove that, just keep reading.
Now the Egyptians are men.
He said they're what?
Are men.
He said you went and put your faith in who?
Men.
He said the Egyptians are men. Read on.
And not the Most High.
They're not gods, bro. They're not no power. They're not the Most High power. But we too often put our trust in what we could see and plans. And those plans are established by men's thoughts. He said those are men. They're not God. They're not a God. Read on.
And their horses, flesh.
And their horses are what?
Flesh.
Read on.
And not spirit.
And them ain't spiritual horses. Those are fleshly horses. We put all our confidence in artificial things that strengthen us, that are man-made, that break down, that are not long-standing and not spiritual. Read on.
When the Most High shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall.
He says you and the people that help you going what?
Shall fall.
Go ahead.
And he that is hoping shall fall down.
And the man that got hopes in his plans shall fall down. Go ahead.
And they all shall fail together.
They shall all fail together. So the Most High is saying that because you didn't put your trust in me, I'm going to make sure that you fail and everybody else that you go sought after help for will fail also. It says, I'm going to make sure all y'all fall together because you didn't put your trust in me. Because you put your trust in physical things, tangible things, not spiritual things. So that's just to show how biblical men thought, how they overcome situations, or what angered the Most High is when we have these artificial backup plans that are man-made.
Plan B's.
Plan B's, man. The Most High, he said he'll ensure that those plans fail. Just wanted to add on that point that you said, though, yeah.
Everything is legit. Now let's I know we're not gonna be able to get through this in time, but let's do the best we can. A lot of these chapters kind of repeat themselves on the information, whether it's 2 Kings 18, 2 Chronicles 32, then the same story is repeated in Isaiah chapter 36. So we're gonna do there are certain parts that aren't highlighted in every chapter. So what we're gonna do in 2 Chronicles 32. Instead of reading verse 9 all the way to verse 15, we literally read that. Now, what we could do is just read it and not say anything, and then get to verse 16, or just jump to verse 16.
I think we just read through it.
Let's just read through it, the speed read, man. But just read through it and not stop, and we'll get to verse 16, and it'll explain some points to it. All right? Read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 32, verse 9. After this did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, send his servants to Jerusalem. But he himself laid siege against Lachish, and all his power with him, unto Hezekiah, king of Judah, and unto all Judah that were at Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith Sennacherib, king of Assyria, Whereon do ye trust that ye abide in the siege in Jerusalem? Doth not Hezekiah persuade you to give over yourselves to die by famine and by thirst, saying, The Lord our power shall deliver us out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Have not the same Hezekiah taken away his high places and his altars, and commanded Judah and Jerusalem, saying, Ye shall worship before one altar, and burn incense upon it? Know ye not what I and my fathers have done unto all the people of other lands? Were the gods of the nations of those lands any ways able to deliver their lands out of mine hand? Who was there among all the gods of those nations that my fathers utterly destroyed, that could deliver his people out of mine hand, that your power should be able to deliver you out of mine hand? Now therefore let not Hezekiah deceive you, nor persuade you on this matter. Neither yet believe him, for no God of any nation or kingdom was able to deliver his people out of mine hand, and out of the hand of my fathers. How much less shall your power deliver you out of mine hand?
Now, in a nutshell, that was spoken of by Ramshak, Shekai, and those other two officers and captains of his army. That was spoken of in 2 Kings chapter 18. Now let's continue in verse 16 of this chapter.
Verse 16. And his servants spake yet more against the Most High power, and against his servant Hezekiah.
So what's happening is this is the beginning of siege. And the beginning of siege is constant verbal warfare. You're wearing them down with messages, with speeches, with letters. So this is, when you're reading in these chapters, just dealing with processes of time. So that first initial meeting between the ambassadors on both sides happened. But after that meeting happened, now there are just continual speeches and derogatory speeches towards Hezekiah's servants after the initial meeting. Okay? Read on.
Verse 17. He wrote also letters to rail on the Most High power of Israel.
So now, on top of the initial communication, Sennacherib is writing letters to attack the Heavenly Father.
Oh.
So there's more letters and there's more communication that's being... Listen, you know what it is? It's more propaganda.
Yeah.
It's more propaganda that's being used to wear and deteriorate the minds and the morale of the people. It wasn't just a one-time thing. This was a constant process of wearing down the people's confidence and hopes. Can you imagine speakers and communicators that are talking all kind of negative while you're getting hungrier? You're starving. You're hearing all this bad news.
That happened when the U.S. went to Iraq and they dropped a whole bunch of papers everywhere. And it's a famous situation. They showed Americans eating the Iraqi people. Showed them physically eating them. This is propaganda. But the people were like picking up these pictures and they were seeing these images. It put fear in the people.
There was a movie called The Enemy at the Gates. And the Germans were doing the same thing to the Russians when they were about to take out Stalingrad and in Moscow. This is what happens in all war. They were saying it in Stalingrad. They were saying the same thing to American fighters in Germany during World War II. They were saying that the Statue of Liberty was kaput. Remember in Saving Private Ryan? They said the Statue of Liberty has fallen.
That's crazy.
The Germans have invaded the United States. The Statue of Liberty is kaput. That's just bullshit.
That's a mind game.
And you're out there sweating out there in the Rhineland somewhere. Your friends and your people are dying, and they're saying all these things in the loudspeakers. That's been happening since the beginning of time, though.
Vietnam also.
Start there, yeah.
Vietnam, they said, black man, this is not your war.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Black man, go home. We don't have a problem with you.
We'll take those Yankees and get these niggas out of here. Y'all giving us problems.
Yeah, so you a black man, you like, I'm in this jungle.
I'm getting club foot. My feet are swelling out.
Yeah, trench foot, gangrene and pythons and snakes and big spiders the size of your head.
Yeah.
You like, man,
The size of your head, bro.
Yeah, they said, man, this ain't my problem, man. These Vietnamese ain't got no problem with me. I need to get the hell out of here.
The Viet Cong. I ain't wrong with the Viet Cong.
Yeah, but they put them signs up to let the black man split between his focus.
God.
To not back and support the white man in that war.
So this is what's happening even in these times. Propaganda was going on. It was constant letters being sent out from the king for these men to speak out for everybody to hear. It was a constant bombardment of the mind and attack of the confidence of the Most High. Yes, sir?
No, did you want a real definition?
No, we're good. So let's continue.
He wrote also letters to rail on the Most High power of Israel, and to speak against him, saying, as the gods of the nations of other lands have not delivered their people out of mine hand, so shall not the power of Hezekiah deliver his people out of mine hand.
And the purpose of me focusing on this is to show that this was a constant bombardment of communication. It wasn't a one-time thing. This was consistently happening. Read on.
Then they cried with a loud voice in the Jews' speech unto the people of Jerusalem that were on the wall, to affright them and to trouble them, that they might take the city.
Propaganda. Read on.
And they spake against the power of Jerusalem, as against the gods of the people of the earth, which were the work of the hands of man.
Read on.
And for this cause Hezekiah the king and the prophet Isaiah the son of Amos prayed and cried to heaven.
So now we're going to hold this. We're going to go into the prayer. Matter of fact, before we go into the prayer, let's go to Josephus book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 3.
Josephus book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 3, page 266.
Let's do it.
When the people as well as the ambassadors heard what the Assyrian commander said, they related it to Hezekiah, who thereupon put off his royal apparel and clothed himself with sackcloth, and took the habit of a mourner, and after the manner of his country, he fell upon his face and besought the Most High, and entreated him to assist him. Now they had no other hope of relief. He also sent some of his friends and some of the priests to the prophet Isaiah, and desired that he would pray to the Most High, and offer sacrifices for their common deliverance, and so put up supplications to him, that he would have indignation at the expectations of their enemies, and have mercy upon his people. And when the prophet had done accordingly, an oracle came from the Most High to him, and encouraged the king and his friends that were about him, and foretold that their enemies should be beaten without fighting, and should go away in an ignominious manner, and not with that insolence which they now show, for that the Most High would take care that they should be destroyed. He also foretold that Sennacherib, the king of Assyria, should fail of his purpose against Egypt, and that when he had came home, he should perish by the sword.
Now we're going to go into how all the breakdown of that very soon. So we got that. We're going to go also into the prayer that that Hezekiah had as he was presenting himself to the Most High after he heard this bad news. So let's go now to Isaiah chapter 36. Isaiah 36, verse 1 through 22. Now this is a situation we might have to run through this chapter again, because this chapter 36 goes into the speeches and the hostility that was established between Sennacherib's followers. And matter of fact, let's just know, I'm not going to go read this right now because it's the same thing we read a bunch of times. But we're going to read Isaiah 37. Isaiah 37. That chapter goes into the actual response. Just for your notes, Isaiah 36 deals with the same thing we've been reading in Chronicles and Kings. Okay? So now we're going to read Isaiah 37, and we're going to go into verse 1 through 38. Okay. So once again, chapter 36 deals with the same thing we've been reading. Let's continue.
Okay. Isaiah chapter 37, verse 1. And it came to pass when King Hezekiah heard it, that he rent his clothes, and covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of the Most High.
Which is what we're supposed to do when we get bad news. When things are scary, when things are bad, we're not supposed to sit back and think the way we want to think. The first thing we do is pray to the Most High and show humility to Him. Okay, read on.
And he sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and the elders of the priests covered with sackcloth, unto Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos.
You gotta go to Isaiah and see what we need to do. I'm gonna go pray to the Most High. But while I'm praying to the Most High, somebody gotta fetch Isaiah and see what's the next step. We ain't got no way. This guy's sitting back here with his bullhorn, and making everybody's knees weak. This guy's constantly sitting back here saying bad news.
Yep.
He's just constantly chirping. But let's keep reading.
And they said unto him, Thus saith Hezekiah, This day is a day of trouble.
Hell yeah. Read on.
And of rebuke and of blasphemy.
Because they were blaspheming the Most High. Read on.
For the children are come to the birth, and there is not strength to bring forth.
Mm-hmm.
It may be the Most High thy power will hear the words of Rabshakeh.
And he's also saying, listen, Israel just ain't strong enough to battle this fight this battle. We're not strong enough to fight this battle. We're still young. They were still repairing from all the negative that the father Ahaz did.
Yep.
10 years ain't long enough.
They're just getting on their feet.
They're just getting on their feet. They're not ready. Read on.
Verse 4. It may be the Most High thy power will hear the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria, his master, have sent to reproach the living power.
He's like, hopefully, the Most High heard this blasphemy that Rabshakeh said. Please, this guy's talking reckless to you, Father. What are you gonna do about this guy? Put it on him. Like, what? He talking about your cousin. He's sitting back here talking about you, Father. Can you take him out for us, please, please?
Right.
Read on that.
And will reprove the words which the Most High thy power hath heard. Wherefore lift up thy prayer for the remnant that is left.
You know what's crazy? I like how that was even worded, because Hezekiah removed himself even from the request to make it's not even about me. It ain't about me. Give me what I want. Father, can you sit back here and just defend your name?
Well,
Can you defend your reputation?
right.
These people are out of bounds with you. I'm going to pray that you speak up and defend your name and your honor.
Right.
It's not even about me at all. It's not about what I want. I hope and pray that you sit back here and advocate for yourself. Mm-hmm. That's what he's praying for. But keep going.
Verse 5. So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah, and Isaiah said unto them, Thus shall ye say unto your master, Thus saith the Most High, Be not afraid of the words that thou hast heard, wherewith the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me.
God.
Behold, I will send a
Read
blast.
verse 6 again. I was reading a text. Salakia. No, that's not your fault.
Verse 6.
Yeah, read that.
And Isaiah said unto them, Thus shall ye say unto your master, Thus saith the Most High, Be not afraid of the words that thou hast heard, wherewith the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me.
So now the message does get to Isaiah. Isaiah gets word from the Most High. Isaiah delivers the message from the Most High to Hezekiah. Read on. He says, yes, the king of Assyria has blasphemed me. First of all, that was the right way to address the Most High to get a what? To get a response.
Mm-hmm.
Stop making it about you when you're praying.
Yeah.
Make it about the Most High defending his honor and his reputation and his expectations. The more that you work and focus on removing yourself and what you want out the equation, you'll probably get a better response.
What he said is
quicker response.
What he said is he didn't take the attack of the Assyrians personal.
Yep.
He said this is an attack against the Most High, not against me.
Mm-hmm.
They got a problem with the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times when you're dealing with an interpersonal struggle with somebody, you take what the person's saying personally.
Because he was caught up. Listen, he could have been caught up in his fear.
Yep.
And praying for the Most High to remove the fear from him by securing and soothing his fear.
Yep.
But he made it about defending his honor, the Most High defending his honor and his name.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, that was it. That's what I wanted to just bring out how we gotta remove the fact that when there's a struggle that, this person violated me. Look at what they said to me.
Yep.
Look at what they did to me. Yep. I can't believe you talked to me that way. Who do you think you are talking to me this way? He took himself out of the equation. It's not about how you talk to me. It's about the fact that what I represent the Most High. So you got a problem with the Most High.
Kind.
You know what I'm saying? So Hezekiah, like you said, he removed himself out of the equation. It wasn't personal.
Kind.
Because it's too many times people, the hostilities increase because it's personal.
Okay? And the Most High isn't going to hear that prayer as quickly. So anyway, let's continue. Verse 7.
Isaiah 37 and 7.
So now Isaiah is trying to tell Hezekiah what is the verdict that comes from the Most High. Read on.
Behold, I will send a blast upon him.
Now we're going to read about this blast. But the blast is really the blast the Most High sends from heaven to take out a large chunk of the Assyrian army that's stationed in Jerusalem. That's the first way he's going to attack them. But don't forget, you got another army, the larger bulk of the army, heading towards Egypt that has to get dealt with too. Because after they finish Egypt, they're coming right back up to who? Israel. So we got to deal with this as a two-front war, or at least a two-front response to this war. So read on.
And he shall hear a rumor.
He's talking about he shall hear a rumor. The king of Assyria, which is Sennacherib, is going to hear a rumor. He's going to get information that's going to change the course of his decision making. That's going to end up sending him back home. That's what the rumor is. We're going to explain what the rumor is as the story progresses. But the prophecy is, I'm going to tear up this blasphemous dude Raksheb now, or his army soon, and the king's going to get a rumor while he's in the process of trying to take out Egypt. I'm going to send a rumor that's going to sit back here and pull him off of his course and bring him back home. Read on.
And he shall hear a rumor and return to his own land.
And then when he gets home, he got something waiting for him. Read on.
And I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land.
And what you're going to read about is two of his sons, when they got home, they killed him. They did an assassination attempt. They killed him and left and fled Assyria and went up to the northern country to flee the persecution of the Assyrian Empire. Like we had mentioned before, one of the downfalls of the Assyrian Empire was all this inner fighting amongst the families and the sons and jockeying for power, whether it was Shalmaneser and Sargon or Sennacherib's sons, as he came back up after he got diverted. His attention got diverted from the southern part of Palestine and Egypt. Read on.
Verse 8. So Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah.
So listen, Libnah is a city that's in the Philistine land. Why is that important? It goes back to that Mars image. Because don't forget, everything is happening in time. Like Lachish was taken out. Lachish was near Gaza. This isn't the image that shows that. This image that shows that. Gaza's here. They took out Lachish. Next city is Gaza. They're working their way down to get to Egypt. Libnah is in this area as well. So Lachish, Libnah, Gaza, there are all these cities that are in the way of the king's progress to get to the country of Egypt. Okay? So, just keep that in mind. So as Rabshakeh, these guys, first is Rabshakeh, these high-ranking captains, they're moving around and positioning while the military stays in their courses. So, what's his name? Sennacherib is working his way down to Egypt. They're taking out Libnah. Okay? So read verse 8 again from the top so we're clear on things.
Isaiah 37 and 8. So Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish.
So once again, they were in Lachish. He was sending letters to Rabshakeh to taunt the King Hezekiah. They leave Lachish after they sit back and set their place up. They work down to Libnah. Then they're going to work down to Gaza to get their way down to Egypt. They're working that highway that we talked about. Read on.
Verse 9. And he heard say concerning Hezekiah, king of Ethiopia.
Now this is the situation. By the time, and we're going to read it in a different text, probably in the Josephus. By the time this rumor about Turkana, the king of Ethiopia, has risen up, he was already in Egypt. about to take out Egypt. But as you're reading this, you can't read it like all verse 8 and 9 is happening right after another. Like one day here, next day here. Over a course of time, the army is working its way southward. After Lachish gets wiped out, they're working down to Libnah. After Libnah, they're going through Gaza. After Gaza, they're working their way down to Egypt. This is happening over weeks and months' time. So you had to look at it. By the time this rumor concerning Turkna, king of Egypt, happens, they're already mid-stride about to go into Egypt and wipe them out. Okay? So read verse 9 again.
Verse 9. And he heard say concerning Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, he has come forth to make war with thee. And when he heard it, he sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, Thus shall ye speak to Hezekiah, king of Judah, saying, Let not thy power, in whom thou trustest, deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria.
So once again, we're going to go into how all this stuff went down with the Ethiopian king and the process of how they did with Egypt later on in the reading. But the Most High is letting Hezekiah know and reassuring him, hey, Jerusalem's not going to fall. I got something for these guys. Jerusalem's not going to fall. Y'all going to be okay. So read on. Don't forget, Assyria was the preeminent power at the time. Continue.
Verse 11. Behold, thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands by destroying them utterly. And shalt thou be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them which my fathers have destroyed, as Gozan and Haran and Azeph and the children of Eden, which were in Telessar?
Matter of fact, Salakia, I need you to go back up to verse 9.
Okay.
And from the top.
Okay. Verse 9.
Yes.
And he heard say concerning Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, he has come forth to make war with thee. And when he heard it, he sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, Thus shall ye speak to Hezekiah, king of Judah, saying, Let not thy power, in whom thou trustest, deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria.
Okay, so once again, this still goes back to those taunting letters that the king of Assyria is shooting out to Hezekiah. So in the process, I want to make sure I'm clear with this, in the process of the king of Assyria working his way down through Lachish, Libnah, Gaza, and Egypt, he's still writing these letters, like we talked about in Chronicles, verse 16 and 17. He's still writing these taunting letters to the king of King Hezekiah of Judah, trying to morally break him down, and that's what he's repeating right here. So read verse 11 now.
Verse 11. Behold, thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands by destroying them utterly, and shalt thou be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them, which my fathers have destroyed, as Gozan and Haran and Azeph, and the children of Eden, which were in Telessar? Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arphad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, Hannah and Iva? And Hezekiah received the letter from the hand of the messengers and read it. And Hezekiah went up unto the house of the Most High and spread it before the Most High. And
So as all these letters that keep coming, he's spreading it out at the house of the Lord, saying, this is what the evidence is, what this man's head is, what are we going to do? Once again, this is happening over periods of time. Okay, he went to the house of the Lord when he heard the first set of bad news. But then as he's, you ever notice, like, when you have bad news happen to you, you send prayers up and then you feel a little better after you send prayers up. But like an hour and a half later, guess what happens? You get weird again. You get those negative thoughts. You get shook. Then what do you do that second time? You're supposed to go back to the house of the Lord and pray again. What do? We start worrying and drinking alcohol and doing other things to kind of self-soothe. It's showing you when you have that stress that hits you, it hits you in waves, and each wave, when it hits you, you got to go right back and get back in that book and resettle. Just like Hezekiah keeps resettling each wave of doubt that comes at him. The Most High told him what? In verse 6, in verse 7, that he was going to take care of it.
Yeah.
But as he got that first confirmation from Isaiah, Most High Isaiah him, that soothed him initially. But Hezekiah keeps writing, not Hezekiah, but Sennacherib keeps writing letters. And it still attacks a man's faith. So even after you feel better, it's like with brothers when they get counsel. You get counsel one time, they help settle you. And you go about your day. When more news rocks you, got to go back and get counsel.
Yep.
To resettle you. Every time you get shook, you got to go back and get your head clear. And this is what Hezekiah is doing. He's getting his head clear every time he gets shaken, his foundation shaken. And that's how you're supposed to do it to stay strong.
You don't get an answer, then the fear goes away.
That's cartoon strength, huh?
Yeah.
It's not real, bro. You have to constantly go back to the source to keep your potency up. Because strength and clarity of mind is only subject to how well you got a hold of it that day.
Right.
You can be potent right now, and in 5 hours, you'd have lost it. What do you do once you lose it again? Go back to the source. And you can't say, oh, man, I don't want to be a broken record. I don't want to be a burden. No, you can't do that.
Or you reread them text messages that got you pissed off the first time.
Exactly.
You reread them again, and then you're mad all over again.
I'm fuming, huh?
Yeah. Then,
That's the New Day letter.
yeah.
I got a text or an email.
Yeah. You say, I ain't going to read it. Then you read it, then you're mad.
Or you get another. You get a second email that comes the next day.
Yeah.
You get some more text.
Some more bad
It
news.
might not be the last text. It could be the text that comes afterwards.
And then you screenshot it. I'm going to say this.
Let's save this.
I'm going to say this for the
Oh
later.
my God!
I'm going to prove it wasn't me.
Exactly.
I didn't instigate this.
Kinda. You gonna say?
Is it good to highlight that in the midst of this, they didn't have, like cell phones, etc. So the messages that you got from council wasn't like ready and available.
It was weeks
Put it
later.
in the mind.
Yeah.
Until you get the next one.
Come.
Which may come
Or
weeks
once
later.
once it hits you, you send your prayers up, you get counsel, you feel better. But as soon as you think you feel better, another letter's coming. You got to read it. And you got to feel like crap again. Then you got to clear your mind again.
It's not instantaneous.
Then another letter comes back in. It's that constant prodding and poking at a person's confidence. Then you got guys still speaking these letters out loud, or they're talking negative words towards you. You're still surrounded.
But there's distance also from your counselor in these times. You got to wait to get the good word or motivation from
Well, not
him.
necessarily in his situation. He was in Jerusalem, kind of like locked in. So he had priests, and Isaiah was there.
Okay.
So he had access to his guys, but still, you're still dealing with that same annoying challenge that comes from when you're afraid and you got doubt in you. You get waves of confidence, and you get stronger waves of fear that come after the waves of confidence.
It's called being in a spiritual battle.
Kinda.
You're in a spiritual
So
battle.
he's constantly getting these waves. It's going to be okay. Let me send some prayers. Let me go to the house of the Lord. Then you go down. Then you go back to your house. You got thoughts of getting filleted.
Ain't gonna be so good.
Then you got filleted thoughts, right?
Oh, you go down their house, you realize you might not have a house.
That's what I'm point. And they might put you on a stake and put that stake in a bad place. And you don't want the stake to get put at.
Yeah.
Then you're thinking about that. You got to shake your mind off the possible torture and go back to the house of the Lord. And then you're going back and forth for weeks, and then another bad letter comes in. But that dynamic is what we all go through. If you think one counsel and one chat with a sister does it? You need countless talks with brothers and sisters to help gain some stability.
Yep.
Countless prayers, countless studying, countless reading to stabilize your mind for a prolonged period of time.
Cleave unto the Lord.
But the cleaving is a constant process. So this is what Hezekiah is doing, and it shows you a great example of he got counsel from Isaiah. It stabilized him. More bad letters came in. He went back to the house of the Lord. It's a constant dynamic of doing what it takes to restabilize your spirit.
And that's what the Most High wants anyway. He wants us to be dependent upon Him.
Kind
You know what I'm saying? And that's what that is. That's dependence on the Father.
of.
And I'm a frequent the Father as much as possible, and as often as I can, to make sure that the Most High is providing me the strength. So if I do get out of the situation, I know it wasn't by my power.
Kind of.
It wasn't because of me. It wasn't because of my wisdom. It wasn't because of my smarts. The only way I know I came out of the situation, the Most High got me out of it. And Him only. And that's that dependence, that constant cleaving. I'm dependent on the Most High to get me through this.
Okay. So let's continue. Verse 15.
Isaiah chapter 37, verse 15. And Hezekiah prayed unto the Most High, saying, O Most High of hosts, power of Israel, that dwellest between the cherubims, thou art the power, even thou alone. Of all the kingdoms of the earth, thou hast made heaven and earth. Incline thine ear, O the Most High, and hear. Open thine eyes, O the Most High, and see, and hear all the words of Sennacherib, which have sent to reproach the living power.
So once again, that's why he brought the letters out and spread them out. These are the words that he's saying against you. Read on.
Of a truth, the Most High, the kings of Assyria have laid waste all the nations and their country.
Like he's right. He's like, all these letters, he's not lying. They have conquered all these kingdoms. Read on.
And have cast out their gods into the fire, for they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone. Therefore, they have destroyed them. Now, therefore, O the Most High, our power, save us from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that thou art the Most High, even thou only.
The prayers are always Father-based, making him the priority even in the prayer. That's a very important thing to be conscious of. Yes, he's asking for protection. Yes, he's asking for his nation to be saved. But he's focusing on making the Most High's word and what he stands for the priority.
Not skip for skip.
Exactly. Read on.
Verse 21. Then Isaiah the son of Amos sent unto Hezekiah, saying, Thus saith the Most High power of Israel, whereas thou hast prayed to me against Sennacherib, king of Assyria.
So now, once again, the Most High is communicating to Hezekiah through Isaiah. He said, because you prayed to me against Sennacherib. Read on.
This is the word which the Most High has spoken concerning him. The virgin, the daughter of Zion, hath despised thee, and laughed thee to scorn. The daughter of Jerusalem hath shaken her head at thee.
Mm-hmm.
Whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? And against whom hast thou exalted thy voice, and lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Israel?
So the Most High is speaking to Hezekiah, saying, listen, Sennacherib is out of bounds with the Most High by sitting back here and attacking and targeting Israel. Read on.
By thy servant hast thou reproached the Most High, and hast said, by the multitude of my chariots am I come up to the height of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon, and I will cut down the tall cedars thereof, and the choice fir trees thereof, and I will enter into the height of his border, and the forest of his Carmel.
Mm-hmm.
I have digged and drunk water, and with the sole of my feet have I dried up all the rivers of the besieged places. Hast thou not heard long ago how I have done it, and of ancient times that I have formed it? Now have I brought it to pass that thou shouldest be to lay waste the fenced cities into ruinous heaps.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore their inhabitants were of small power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, as the grass on the housetops, and as corn blasted before it be grown up. But I know thy abode, and thy going out, and thy coming in, and thy rage against me. Because thy rage against me, and thy tumult is come up into mine ears, therefore will I put my hook in thy nose, and my bridle in thy lips.
Meaning he's going to pull them back to their homeland. Read on.
And I would turn thee back by the way by which thou camest.
The Most High knows exactly what's in the king of Assyria's heart, where they came from, where their starts come from. And he says, I'm going to bring you back to where you started. Read on.
And this shall be a sign unto thee. Ye shall eat this year such as groweth of itself, and the second year that which springeth of the same. And in the third year sow ye and reap and plant vineyards, and eat the fruit thereof.
He's like, I promise you, Hezekiah, that you guys are going to be untouched and you'll be able to self-sustain from now until later on.
Which matters.
Because he's saying you're not going to be in a situation. I would imagine you couldn't, because it's the city. They couldn't farm anything inside the city. The farming would have had to have been on the outside of the city.
But you're not going to be in this siege all day.
That's the point. That's why I say what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to grow anything from the inside of a metropolitan city. You're only going to be able to grow things outside of the city.
You live on supplies.
Yeah. So he's like, I promise you that you're going to be able to sit back here and eat of what grows of itself. You're not going to be in this siege for very long. And you're going to be able to sit back and grow crops and get the benefit of growing the crops very soon within this year.
And not committing those crops to another nation.
Exactly. He says, you guys are going to be able to enjoy it for yourselves. This is the promise I got for you. I'm going to pull back the Assyrian Empire, and you guys are going to be able to sustain yourself.
And that's the benefit. And the curse is that everything you grow is going to benefit another people. That's in Deuteronomy 28.
Mm-hmm.
That all the work of your hands, all your efforts, another nation shall eat.
That's what they would do if they were besieging the city.
If you were conquered, yeah.
Con.
Once I gave him a stimulus check.
Con. It's hilarious. But let's continue.
Verse 31. And the remnant that is escaped out of the house of Judah shall again take root downward and bear fruit upward.
Mm-hmm.
For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant.
He said, the remnant that is escaped of the house of Judah shall again take root downward and bear fruit upward. Read on.
For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and they that escape out of Mount Zion, the zeal of the Most High of hosts shall do this.
So pretty much he's saying that Jerusalem's going to be protected and looked after, and they're going to be sustained, and they're going to be rooted. Okay? Even though a lot of the other Judites outside of Jerusalem didn't get that opportunity. They got uprooted and sent out to Assyria. Read on.
Verse 33. Therefore thus saith the Most High concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not come into this city.
No, read verse 32 real quick.
Okay. Verse 32. For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and they that escape out of the Mount Zion, the zeal of the Most High of hosts, shall do this.
Read on.
Therefore, thus saith the Most High concerning the king of Assyria.
Matter of fact, give me verse 31.
Verse 31. And the remnant that is escaped out of the house of Judah.
That verse 31 is talking about the remnant that escaped out of all the outer cities. Remember they came in and took out Lachish, and all the fenced cities of Judah and Benjamin? And the majority of them got sent out and got sent back into captivity. But he's saying the remnant that escaped are going to be able to reestablish and bear fruit back in those cities. Okay? Not just because Jerusalem's talked about in verse 32. 31 is talking about all the outlining cities that got wiped out. There's going to be a remnant that escaped, and they're going to be able to rebuild and establish themselves in the southern part of Judah. Just like there was a remnant up north that escaped the destruction of the Assyrians. Yes. So give me verse 32 now.
Verse 32. For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and they that escape out of Mount Zion, the zeal of the Most High of hosts, shall do this. Therefore, thus saith the Most High concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not come into this city, nor shoot any arrow there, nor come before it with shields, nor cast a bank against it. By the way that he came, by the same shall he return, and shall not come into this city, saith the Most High. For I will defend this city to save it, for mine own sake.
My own sake. It keeps going back. The Most High keeps reminding us, I'm doing this for me.
Yeah.
I'm doing this for my name. I'm going to save y'all for my name's sake. Read on.
And for my servant David's sake.
He didn't even say, I'm doing it for you, Hezekiah. That's crazy. He didn't even say, man, Hezekiah, you've been so righteous, I'm going to do it for you. He said, I'm doing it for my name's sake and David's sake. That's it. Read on.
Then the angel of the Most High went forth and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 184,500.
So when it says in verse 7 or verse 8, was it verse 7? He said, yeah, it was. I get that, but I'm saying he said it was going to be blast. That's what it says. Read verse 7 again.
Verse 7. Behold, I will send a blast upon him.
So that blast ended up causing the death of 185,000 people in that camp that was surrounding Jerusalem. He sat back here and destroyed 185,000 people on just sight.
Where'd you get that number from?
Verse 36. Read verse 36 again.
Verse 36.
So 35, he said, I'm only going to sit back and save y'all for David's sake and my name's sake. Not even for all the good work Hezekiah did. I'm doing it for them too. Me and David. So give me verse 36 again.
Verse 36. Then the angel of the Most High went forth and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000.
104 score. 4 scores 80. 180 and 5,000. Read on.
And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses.
They getting the hell out of there. 185,000 just dead on sight in the morning. Like, I think it's time to go.
Man, COVID.
We out of here. Shit, it was something. It was something. It was something bad as hell. Something not good.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good at all.
Something that'll kill you overnight.
Kill you dead. Now we're gonna go on to Josephus. Is going to explain it with more detail.
Wow.
So let's go now to Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 4 and 5. So let's get the Most High is the master at delivering Israel without giving Israel any credit or any thoughts to give, like make pride like it's them.
Yeah.
They know damn well they was inside the damn Jerusalem shitting bricks, and they look out, there's 185,000 dead.
Wow.
That's a reminder. He's the power. It ain't nothing about us at all. We're nothing.
Not that special.
We are nothing. We are not that special. I don't give a crap how many Bible verses we got, how much of the scriptures we know. We're nothing. And if we remember that, we can go far in the Most High in Christ.
Yeah.
If we can remember that we're nothing, and our righteousness is like filthy rags, maybe we can accomplish something in Christ. Okay. Let's go there. Josephus, book 10, chapter 1, paragraph 4. This goes into a lot of details about what happened with King Sennacherib and Rabshakeh. Let's go.
Page 266, paragraph 4. About the same time also, the king of Assyria wrote an epistle to Hezekiah, in which he said he was a foolish man in supposing that he should escape from being his servant, since he had already brought under many and great nations, and he threatened that when he took him, he would utterly destroy him.
So he's writing these really aggressive, scary letters, pressing on Hezekiah. Read on.
Unless he now opened the gates and willingly received his army into Jerusalem.
Damn, bro. Nah, man. That, bro. Read on.
When he had read this epistle, he despised it on account of the trust that he had in the Most High. But he rolled up the epistle and laid it up within the temple. And as he made his farther prayers to the Most High for the city and for the preservation of all the people, the prophet Isaiah said that the Most High had heard his prayer, and that it should not at this time be besieged by the king of Assyria, that for the future he might be secure of not being at all disturbed by him, and that the people might go on peaceably and without fear with their husbandry and other affairs. But after a little while, the king of Assyria, when he had failed of his treacherous designs against the Egyptians...
So now, when we read in chapter 37, verse 8, the king, Sennacherib, was working his way from Lachish, Libnah, and he was working his way to Egypt. Okay? So now it said the king of Assyria, when he had failed on his treacherous designs against the Egyptians. Read on.
returned home without success on the following occasion.
Now it's going to break down this situation. You can actually look at online about the siege of Pelusium. Historically, gives similar accounts than what Josephus does. So let's keep going. This was the name of the battle in Egypt that turned the tide for Egypt and pushed Sennacherib back home.
It's called what?
The siege of Pelusium. Pelusium. But let's keep going.
On the following occasion, he spent a long time in the siege of Pelusium, and when the banks that he had raised over against the walls were of a great height, and when he was ready to make an immediate assault upon them.
So he put a lot of work and was at the precipice of getting over these walls and invading the damn city. He was right there about to break Egypt and about to break over the walls. And right as he was about to do it, read on.
But heard that Tirhakah, king of the Ethiopians, was coming.
But he's like, damn it, there's the rumor that was talked about in verse 9 in Isaiah. And he heard say concerning Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, he is come forth to make war with thee. So that was the rumor. The Most High said it was going to be a blast and a rumor. The blast was 185,000 Assyrians in Jerusalem dying. And the rumor was, as the king of Assyria, Sennacherib, was about to scale the wall in the city of Egypt, one of the cities in Egypt, maybe it was Pelusium, which was a city in Egypt. As they were about to scale Pelusium, he heard the rumor that the king of Ethiopia was going to come sit back here and help. Obviously, for the protection of Ethiopia and Egypt, they were going to have to come together and join forces. Because after they took over Egypt, they was coming to get Ethiopia. It was even spoken of in the scriptures. So this is what's happening. The rumor that came in that the Most High orchestrated was that the Ethiopians were coming. Whether that was the case, it doesn't explain. But that was the rumor. Read on.
But heard that Tirhakah, king of the Ethiopians, was coming and bringing great forces to aid the Egyptians, and was resolved to march through the desert, and so to fall directly upon the Assyrians. This king Sennacherib was disturbed at the news.
He didn't like the fact that he was about to get ambushed by an entire large nation of Hamites, protecting the Hamites. So what happened is, he sat back here and slowed up on his aggression towards Egypt to deal with this possible rumor of Ethiopians coming. Read on.
And, as I said before, left Pelusium and returned back without success. Now concerning this Sennacherib, Herodotus also says in the second book of his histories how this king came against the Egyptian king who was the priest of Vulcan, and that as he was besieging Pelusium, he broke up the siege on the following occasion.
So this was his perspective, Herodotus' perspective on how this thing went down in Pelusium. Read on.
This Egyptian priest prayed to the Most High, and the Most High heard this prayer and sent a judgment upon the Arabian king.
Now they said it was an Arabian king, but it was really the Assyrian king. Okay? Read it was a misspell or miswrite in their old records, because it wasn't the Arabs that were fighting them, it was the Assyrians that were fighting them. Read on.
Right. But in this, Herodotus, is that right?
Yep, Herodotus.
But in this, Herodotus was mistaken when he called this king not king of the Assyrians, but of the Arabians. For he saith that a multitude of mice gnawed to pieces. A multitude of mice
Rats.
gnawed to pieces in one night both the bows and the rest of the armor of the Assyrians.
That's a bad omen. As they was about to sit back and besiege this Pelusium, as they was resting, they was chewing the leather. They was munching on leather and munching on shields, and it was ruining them.
They can do that.
That's a bad decision.
That's the worst. How many rats? They weren't like baby mice. They was rats. How many leather-eating mice or rats do you need to take out an entire army's
Weapons.
I know. Listen, that could have had to be thousands. Thousands like rats.
Can't kill them all. You can't kill them.
Listen, I'm getting that. Listen, y'all can have them weapons. You won. You got them. You can have them. I'm not. You want to grab them afterwards?
Yeah, sick.
All these teeth marks like this. They're chewing and munching on them out.
All the strings are broken on the bows.
I know that. All you can't use it. You can't hold the handles. The handles are snapped off in half. All right?
Got those bad moves that we be doing sometimes, like those bad stories.
And you see these rats, nasty scissor teeth. They're just scissor teeth, just shredding through any substance that they want. Then you see this trail of shit, leather shit, go everywhere on their way out of there, right?
Smell it.
It's just thousands of leather shits, right?
Oh my God.
It's just the worst thing ever, right? Yeah.
This thing is amazing, bro. Like,
And the Most High had this happen.
That's what
It's
I'm
just the
saying.
most mysterious ways.
well, it's like men have, the muscles and the tanks, and most I send wasps, rats.
Yeah.
To take out all your, and then
Take out your weaponry.
Your pride's gone with it too. It's like some rats took
Well,
you
it's
out.
pride, but they say in their culture, it's a bad omen
Yeah.
that rats is just snapping on your leather and your weaponry.
God's
Right?
dealing with them based off their beliefs.
Their fear, like, man, that's not good.
But man's strength is nothing, man.
Listen, because you're going at he's going at their superstition.
Oh, okay, right.
He's going at their superstition, which is the heart of your fighting spirit.
That's your word.
The core of your belief.
Remember, they were
worst nightmares.
They were intimidating Israel. They were intimidating us. So the Most High's intimidating them.
And the funny thing is this: now when you hear a rumor,
That's crazy.
now I'm gonna listen to this rumor. Because I'm thinking, why the hell would you
Why
listen
not?
to some rumor about these damn Ethiopians? Who gives a shit? You got enough power, but after all the rat weaponry is all done now,
Shredder
and now you're hearing Master Shredder and all his henchmen sat back here and Splinter.
Yeah, Splinter came through that.
Splinter came through, right? Gnawed on your joint. Now you're sitting back here like, damn, maybe these Ethiopians is gonna come get us, right? We getting out of here, right? We'll recoup, right? We getting out of here, but forget this, right?
That's crazy.
It all makes sense. Why? It makes sense why the rumor has teeth. Because the night before, the rats did what? They gnawed into pieces
Yeah.
both the bows and the rest of the armor. So now you really can't use the armor. Because I guess the holding pieces are snapped in half.
Listen, bro. Everybody got half armor on the battlefield. Everybody's running around.
Rats can chew
armor
through metal.
Uh,
Rats can chew through metal.
Are you serious, bro?
Yes. I've seen them go through walls, man, doing them inspections back in the day.
They're chewing through
They
metal,
can chew through
bro?
metal, like. I can only imagine what rats powered by the most I can do.
Oh, man.
It's a bad day.
So how much time? Listen, what kind of wave of rats? How do you assemble this many rats to get this job done, Oh, man, This is the worst thing. It's the worst night ever, And the thing is, nobody saw it. Nobody had watched that night.
Everybody sleep.
Everybody asleep for Ratatouille to come through, That's Ratatouille, Let me stop. Let's keep going. Read that part again,
For he saith that a multitude of mice gnawed to pieces in one night both the bows and the rest of the armor of the Assyrians. And that it was on that account that the king, when he had no bows left,
I'm done.
drew his army from Pelusium.
I don't have no bows. These damn Hamites, these Ethiopians on their way. Like, they're out here crazy. They're ready to go to war. They're all like 6'4" and they're moving fast. And they got blood in their heart. And we don't have no weapons. The rats, the cursed creature of our civilization, ate our stuff. No, we got to get out of here. It's done. The spirit's telling me to get the hell out of here. This is what's happening. So read on.
And Herodotus does indeed give us this history. Nay, and Berosus, who wrote of the affairs of Chaldea, makes mention of the king Sennacherib, and that he ruled over the Assyrians, and that he made an expedition against all Asia and Egypt.
And this was that expedition. Asia is referred to as Asia Minor, the land of Syria and Egypt. Syria was referred to and encapsulated as Israel as well. We're looking at it geopolitically. When they said Syria, that meant Syria, Israel, Tyre and Zidon, Philistines. That's Syria. Okay, so he made an expedition against all Asia and Egypt. Read on.
And say thus. Now when Sennacherib was returning from his Egyptian war to Jerusalem, he found his army under Rabshakeh, his general, in danger by a plague.
So now, as we're getting that F out of Egypt because of all this Ratatouille situation, now he's finding out that Rabshakeh in Jerusalem is getting banged on and these people got a plague in Jerusalem. Read on.
For the Most High have sent a pestilential. Hold on.
Yeah,
pestilential.
I'm struggling with that one.
Pestilential.
Yes,
Right. For the Most High have sent a pestilential distemper upon his army.
There you go.
And on the very first night of the siege,
It was pest. He said pestilential.
God.
He used some pests, like some roaches and mice. Not roaches, but mice.
It's more ratatouille that went up north.
Wow, bro.
It's like they left Egypt and went up. They left Pelusium and went up there, and there must have been some more ratatouille games going up there.
That's like when bed bugs drive you out your house.
that's antivirus,
I've had them, so I know.
antivirus, leishmaniasis, all them diseases. I forget.
Bro.
Bro.
So they getting killed by the rat sickness, huh?
That's crazy.
Let's keep going, bro.
And on the very first night of the siege, 100,000 with their captains and generals were destroyed.
With their captains and their leadership out.
And if I can't, I like what Josephus is doing, because a lot of people don't believe in the writings of Josephus. They think Josephus is a fraud. But what Josephus is showing you is that he's saying that not only is he getting these stories from the scriptures, but he's using other alternative forms of history to confirm the writings of the Bible, to validate the Bible. He's not putting more emphasis on the Herodotus, or he's not putting more emphasis on Berosus. What he's saying is, if you don't believe the Bible, then you could also find this in the other nations' histories of what I'm saying.
And then the only reason there's a contention is because Sennacherib didn't write about this story in his history. Yeah. He said, oh yeah, we subdued the Jews, we subdued the Hebrews, and everything was a W. All we do was win no matter what. They was putting all that stuff in there. Right? Yep. They weren't being real about the L they took. So you got to go use Herodotus and Berosus to sit back and get their accounts, because the Assyrians weren't going to speak about this situation. Now, other accounts, they can use Assyrian writing. Yep.
You'll see the rat relief side.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna write that one, because that didn't work out well for them.
Rat sheets.
There we go. So that's why they're doing it, because some people say they question the validity of it. Yep. Because, well, the Assyrians didn't write about it. Why are you going to write about the L you took? Yep. They're not gonna, most nations ain't going to do that.
Most of the time, the history is written by the winners, by the victors.
There you go. That's how it is.
But just showing you that Josephus understood this, that he would find gainsayers that would say the Bible isn't real. You know what I'm saying? But so he had access to other sources of materials. And real quick, go to book 1, chapter 3. Just page 35 in the Josephus.
So where are you at? What is this?
Book 1, chapter 3, paragraph 9. And then start at line 107.
Paragraph 9, line 107, page 35.
Page 35, right? Read that.
Line 107. Now I have for witnesses.
He said he uses other sources for what?
For witnesses.
He says he used other sources. So he uses Herodotus. He uses Berosus. But for what purpose?
For witnesses.
That he uses it as a witness that the scriptures are true. Read on.
To what I have said. All those that have written antiquities.
He said, I'm not the only one that have written antiquities. Read on.
Right. Both among the Greeks and barbarians, for even Manetho, who wrote the Egyptian history, and Berosus, who co-wrote the Egyptian history.
Who collected
the Chaldean monuments, and Mochus, and Hestiasus, and besides these, Aranimus, the Egyptian, and those who composed the Phoenician history.
So Josephus is saying, listen, all my records come from other historians that wrote the same thing to validate what the Bible has already said. He's giving you so many sources that he's using to prove that the Bible is legit, and that you could trust the history of the antiquity of the Bible, and the records of the Bible is valid. Finish that?
Agree to what I hear say.
Now, he said all these historians agree to what I've wrote, because they wrote the same thing in their histories. So he's showing you why he's using Herodotus, why he's using Berosus, why he's using Hestius. He's using these as additional confirmations to prove that the history of the Bible is accurate, just in case you doubt his writings, just in case you don't believe him. All right. So you can trust what he's saying. He's not referring to the Greek writings as, what you should look up to. Right. He's just saying you should trust the Bible that much more as proof. So let that go. You can go back to page 265 or 267.
So let's finish off that fifth paragraph. Let's just read the fifth paragraph from the top again.
Paragraph 5, page 267. Now when Sennacherib was returning from his Egyptian war to Jerusalem, he found his army under Rabshakeh, his general, in danger by a plague. For the Most High has sent pestilential distemper upon his army.
So that pestilential distemper is that blast he was talking about in verse 7 of Isaiah chapter 37. Continue.
And on the very first night of the siege, 185,000 with their captains and generals were destroyed. So the king was in a great dread and in a terrible agony at this calamity. And being in great fear for his whole army, he fled with the rest of his forces to his own kingdom and to his city Nineveh. And when he had abode there a little while, he was treacherously assaulted and died by the hands of his elder sons, Adramelech and Saresar, and was slain in his own temple, which was called Araskeh.
That's a very
shameful way to go.
Shameful death. Fratricide.
In your own temple of your own God.
Kids kill you at.
And in the temple of the God that was supposed to protect you.
That's awesome.
Well, let's keep going.
Now when these sons of his were driven away on account of the murder of their father by the citizens and went into Armenia, while Assaracottus took the kingdom of Sennacherib.
So Armenia is near Russia. It's southern Russia in between the Black and Caspian Sea. It's Armenia and Azerbaijan are like neighbors, and it's to the southern part, like below, it's below the Black Sea. Okay? So they went above Assyria, which is in that little middle space, which is present-day Armenia. But they said, so now there's the king, he says, Assaracottus, or Assaracottus, took the kingdom of Sennacherib. Read on.
And this proved to be the conclusion of this Assyrian expedition against the people of Jerusalem.
So they knew, we ain't going to sit back and mess with these guys no more. We have a kingdom to sit back and maintain. We're going to work around Israel.
No more rat wars.
No more rat wars. That's an omen to stay away from these guys. No way. No Jews. No killing Jews today. So this was a great achievement that the Most High came through and showed Israel that despite these large numbers, listen, it goes back to despite the large numbers, I'm going to have these little mice break you. Little mice and a bad report and some sickness just break you down.
Yeah.
You're not as big and powerful and bad as you think you are, but I'm going to have some rats break you down.
Exactly.
That's how the Most High looked at them. You guys aren't even worth dealing with you besides just sending basic pestilence to mankind. That's just going to decimate your numbers.
And that's what you inherit when you blaspheme the name of the Most High. You inherit destruction. And that's what he's showing them also as a lesson to other nations. That don't just put fear in the Assyrians. That puts fear in all the other nations that come against the Jews.
There was peace ever since then. There was no more fighting in wars against King Hezekiah. And then other nations were so marveled at how they pulled it off. They were coming to Hezekiah and saying, how'd you do it? What did you do to get these guys off of you?
Yep.
And we're going to talk about how his response showed different negative elements in him, but we'll go into that later. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 19. Now we're going to read verse 1 through 37. We're just going to run through it because it's a repeat of the same thing we read in a combination of chapters. So let's get started. If you see a point, but if not, this doesn't work.
2 Kings chapter 19, verse 1. And it came to pass when, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. 2 Kings chapter 19, verse 1. And it came to pass when King Hezekiah heard it, that he rent his clothes and covered himself with sackcloth and went into the house of the Most High. And he sent Eliakim, which was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and the elders of the priests covered with sackcloth to Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos. And they said unto him, Thus saith Hezekiah, this day is a day of trouble, and of rebuke, and blasphemy. For the children are come to birth, and there is not strength to bring forth.
Pretty much everything that we just read already. Just reiterating in 2 Kings. Go ahead.
And it may be, the Lord thy power will hear the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria his master have sent to reproach the living power, and will reprove the words which the Most High thy power hath heard. Wherefore lift up thy prayer for the remnant that are left. So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah. And Isaiah said unto them,
And that's why it's important to lift up our words in prayer, bro. That's when prayer comes into play, is when you don't have any control over your situation and you don't have enough resources to fight your battle. You got to resort to prayer. You got to resort to leaning on the Most High to help extend some assistance to you. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And Isaiah said unto them, Thus shall you say to your master, Thus saith the Most High, Be not afraid of the words which thou hast heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Behold, I will send a blast upon him, and he shall hear a rumor, and shall return to his own land, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. So Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Assyria warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. And when he heard say of Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, Behold, he is come out to fight against thee. He sent messengers again unto Hezekiah, saying, Thus shall you speak to Hezekiah, king of Judah, saying, Let not thy power in whom thou trustest deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria. Behold, thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands by destroying them utterly, and thou shalt be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them which my fathers have destroyed, as Gozan and Haran and Rezeph, and the children of Eden, which were in Thalasar? Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arpad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Hedna, and Iva? And Hezekiah received the letter of the hand of the messengers and read it. And Hezekiah went up into the house of the Most High and spread it before the Most High. And Hezekiah prayed before the Most High and said, O Lord, power of Israel, which dwellest between the cherubims, thou art the power, even thou alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth, thou hast made heaven and earth. The Most High, bow down thine ear, and hear, open, the Most High, thine eyes, and see, and hear the words of Sennacherib, which have sent him to reproach the living power. Of a truth, the Most High, the kings of Assyria, have destroyed the nations and their lands, and have cast their powers into the fire. For they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone. Therefore, they have destroyed them. Now therefore, O Most High, our power, I beseech thee, save thou us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that thou art the Most High power, even thou only.
That's verse 19, right?
Yeah.
So,
let's keep going.
Real quick, let's go to John chapter 19 and start at verse 7.
John chapter 19, verse 7. The Jews answered him, We have a law, and by our law he ought to die.
This is when Christ was brought to Pilate. Go ahead.
Because he made himself the Son of the Most High. When Pilate therefore heard that saying, he was the more afraid,
Go ahead.
and went again into the judgment hall, and saith unto Yahushua, Whence art thou?
Where you come from? Read on.
But Yahushua gave him no answer.
He said he gave him what?
No answer.
Just like Hezekiah, when these heathens, these Assyrians, was talking crazy, Hezekiah said, "Don't answer him." He said, "Don't even answer." Even though he was sweating, even though we know Christ was sweating, we know Christ didn't want to get crucified, but he didn't give no answer either. Just like Hezekiah told the Assyrians, he told his people, "Don't even answer the Assyrians," when they was talking reckless. Read on.
Verse 10. Then said Pilate unto him, Speakest thou not unto me?
He said, you're not going to talk to me? Read on.
Knowest thou not that I have power to crucify thee?
He said, don't you know I have the power to crucify you? I got the power to kill you. Read on.
And have power to release thee? Yahushua answered, Thou couldst have no power at all against me.
What did Christ say?
Thou couldst have no power at all against me.
You can't have no power against me. Read on.
Except it were given thee from above.
He says, unless who gave you the authority?
Except it were given thee from above.
And this is what Hezekiah knew also. That these heathens ain't got no power over us unless the Most High allots them or allows them to have that power. Otherwise, they don't got no power over us. Read on.
Therefore, he hath delivered me unto thee.
He said, and this is the reason, obviously, the Most High delivered me unto thee. Go ahead.
That hath the greater sin.
It says, but he was talking about who? He was talking about Herod. Herod and Pilate had an issue with each other. He says, so the one that got the greater sin is Herod, not you. You know what I'm saying? But what he's telling them is he's checking him. He's checking his pride. You don't got no power over me. You only got what the Most High allows you to have over us. You know what I'm saying? That's what Hezekiah knew this. Christ knew this also. That's why he said you ain't got to answer these nations back when they talking reckless. You don't got to fear them and you don't got to answer them back. Because at this point, it's the Most High's doing. The Most High is in control of the situation. That's why it's so important when that power is stripped from our hands and we don't have no control, who do we lean on that much more?
It should be the Father.
It should be the Father. It should be the Most High. All right? Let that go, and we can go back to verse 20 in 2 Kings 19.
2 Kings chapter 19, verse 20. And Isaiah the son of Amos sent to Hezekiah, saying, Thus saith the Most High Power of Israel, That which thou hast prayed to me against Sennacherib, king of Assyria, I have heard. This is the word that the Most High has spoken concerning him. The virgin daughter of Zion hath despised thee, and laughed thee to scorn. The daughter of Jerusalem hath shaken her head at thee. Whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? And against whom hast thou exalted thy voice, and lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Israel? By the messengers thou hast reproached the Most High, and hast said, With the multitude of my chariots I am come up to the height of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon, and will cut down the tall cedar trees thereof, and the choice fir trees thereof. And I will enter into the lodgings of his borders, and into the forests of his Carmel. I have digged and drunk strange waters, and with the sole of my feet have I dried up all the rivers of besieged places. Has I not heard long ago how I have done it, and of ancient times that I have formed it? Now have I brought it to pass, that thou shouldest be to lay waste fenced cities into ruinous heaps. Therefore their inhabitants were of small power. They were dismayed and confounded. They were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, as the grass on the housetops, and as corn blasted before it be grown up. But I know thy abode, and thy going out, and thy coming in, and thy rage against me. Because thy rage against me, and thy tumult is come up into mine ears. Therefore I will put my hook in thy nose, and my bridle in thy lips, and I will turn thee back by the way by which thou camest.
He said, I'm gonna put a bit in your mouth like a horse, and I'm gonna turn you back to your country, because you're talking reckless against me. That's what the Most High is saying. Read on.
Verse 29. And this shall be a sign unto thee. Ye shall eat this year such things as grow of themselves, and in the second year that which springeth of the same. And in the third year sow ye, and reap, and plant vineyards, and eat the fruits thereof.
That means you're gonna be at peace. Go ahead.
And the remnant that is escaped of the house of Judah shall yet again take root downward and bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and they that escape out of Mount Zion, the zeal of the Most High of hosts, shall do this. Therefore, thus saith the Most High concerning the king of Assyria, He shall not come into the city, nor shoot an arrow there, nor come before it with the shield, nor cast a bank against it. By the way that he came, by the same shall he return. It shall not come into this city, saith the Most High.
Damn.
Con,
The same way you came in is the same way you're gonna go out.
that same damn road.
And don't let the door hit you. in the backside. Read on.
Verse 34. For I will defend this city to save it, for mine own sake, and for my servant David's sake.
Now, the Most High had made David a promise. It was Second
Samuel.
Samuel.
I think it's 7 or 9.
Yeah, he made. I think it is 7.
Yeah, it's 7.
Yeah, 2 Samuel chapter 7. He made David a promise.
Well, that house and that name forever, right?
Yeah, it was going to be forever.
That's 13.
If you can just get to 2 Samuel, there's a instead of reading the whole thing, if you can start at 15. 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 15. Just read to 21.
2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 15.
It really reads all the way down to 29. Go ahead.
But my mercy shall not depart away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before thee.
Go ahead.
And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever.
So this is the Most High promising David that he was going to have an everlasting throne. Read on.
According to all these words and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak unto David.
Go ahead.
Then went King David in and sat before the Most High. And he said, Who am I, O Lord power? And what is my house, that thou hast brought me hitherto? And this was yet a small thing in thy sight, O Lord power. But thou hast spoken also of thy servant's house for a great while to come.
He said, not only have you bestowed this blessing and this honor upon me, and I'm nobody. David said, I'm nobody. Who am I that you would give me this type of blessing? And this is a small thing that you could do. He said, but not only have you guaranteed a succession on my throne at this current time, he said, but for a long time to come. Read on.
And is this the manner of man, O Lord power? And what can David say more unto thee? For thou, Lord power, knowest thy servant.
Basically, David is saying, man, you left me speechless because of the blessings and the promises that you bestowed upon me. He said, I'm speechless, man. I don't have anything to say. I don't have any words because you've blessed me so greatly. Read on.
For thy word's sake, and according to thine own heart, hast thou done all these great things to make thy servant know them.
He said, because you did it for your sake. He said it wasn't because I was such... David took no credit whatsoever. David didn't say it's because I was such a great guy that you blessed me with a perpetual throne. Because I did everything right. It was my wisdom. I used all the smarts that I possessed. David gave himself no credit whatsoever. He said, who am I? I'm a nobody. He said, but it was for thy word's sake and according to thine own heart. He said, because you bestowed this upon me. I get no credit for this relationship that's going to last for eternity.
Because this is the problem, though. Israel will say that with their mouth,
but secretly have it.
But that's not the truth. And when their actions don't show what their mouth says. 85% of Israel says, "Oh, it was the Lord. It had not been the Most High. It had not been the Lord.
Right.
This Most High came through.
He blessed
God, God is so powerful. Most High's powerful.
God did.
But God did. Israel loves Israel loves to say that, but their actions don't match that speech.
Yeah.
With their mouth, they show much love, but their heart's far from it. I love what you're bringing out. Just showing Israel does. The right method is to
take no credit.
Take no credit. But our actions show that too.
And remove yourself out of the equation.
If you're not gonna take credit, then your actions have to also not take credit.
Huh?
Yep.
Brother, listen. Yeah, everything y'all are saying is right. And we're going. What crazy thing is, what we're going to read next week is with all the success that Hezekiah saw the Most High come through for him. We're going to start seeing little elements of pride come out of him.
Damn. Man, that pride,
and the Most High sits back here and starts tagging him. Because part of him, with his words, like, yeah, the Most High came through and did it, man. But then when the king started coming and saying, man, how'd you do it? It's a lot of faith.
When it comes to
humility and servitude, you know it's about the Most High, and it's about that diligence.
Ask me, how'd you do it?
How'd you do it, brother?
Man, I've been waiting for you to ask me how I did it, man. I've been waiting
I'm
for
gonna
it.
tell you.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Break it down step by step.
Let me tell you how I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, first we had to sit back. I sat back and we talked to the whole nation.
You're not gonna believe how this went down.
We had to sit back here and build it from the ground up.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
You're the smart guy.
I thought I had to figure out, man, we need this tunnel.
We
Man.
had to counsel.
Yeah.
That just came to me, bro.
Yeah. Protect the water first.
I was meditating. Establish a spiritual base.
Yeah.
Reach out to the nation, the Northern Kingdom.
Oh my goodness.
Get the water right.
Collect your tights.
Collect your
And the Most
tights.
High blessed it. You know, he did bless it.
Because it was all the Most High.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll go into that next week, but let's finish up.
It shows you how pride is always
It's always lurking.
is lurking, bro.
It's always lurking. And you might have control over it for a period of time, and you can lose it. You can lose that control. But anyway, kind of. Let's continue with
I
Kings,
have been
though.
on point, man. You know I brought that Passover back. I knew it was going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
That was the largest Passover since Solomon.
Oh,
That's what the
my
scripture
God.
said, huh?
That's crazy. But you know, it's crazy. We're laughing, but it's true. Don't be confident in a plain way.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
The scripture.
Be not confident in a plain way. But anyway, let's keep reading.
The ego stroke.
Yep. We're back in 2 Kings 19. Where we at?
Almost at the end.
Yeah, I think it's was it 27?
Yeah.
Awesome. 34. 34 already? Let's start at 32 and run it down.
Yeah. 2 Kings chapter 19, verse 32. Therefore thus saith the Most High concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow there, nor come before it with shield, nor cast a bank against it. By the way that he came, by the same shall he return, and shall not come into this city, saith the Most High. For I will defend this city, to save it, for mine own sake, and for my servant David's sake.
Mm-hmm. Read on.
And it came to pass that night that the angel of the Most High went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses.
That's crazy, bro. But keep going. There was a pestilence we read about in Josephus. Read on.
So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed, and went and returned, and dwelt at Nineveh.
And that was after that rumor situation happened and all the rats were gnawing at his weaponry and he thought that the Ethiopians were going to surround him. So read on.
And it came to pass, as he was worshiping in the house of Nisroch, his god, that Adramelech and Sherezar, his sons, smote him with the sword. And they escaped into the land of Armenia. And Esarhaddon, his son, reigned in his stead.
And that's it. I guess there's more story about Hezekiah, but I think for today, I think we've got enough meat about the story and the understanding of having faith, about how to pray, what to be requesting for with your prayers, and also for me, what hit me was you can do everything right, and the Most High still gonna make you depend on Him. Whatever you plan, whatever level of excellence you set a standard for, the Most High gonna one up you and still make you depend on Him and lean on Him.
He's going to require proof that you really believe as you say you do.
You will be out of control, and you can plan it and think things out 10 years ahead of time. He's still gonna break you down and make you follow Him. And if you stay in order and you ask for the right things, He'll give you. It proves to you that you just can't ask whatever the hell you want to ask God. You can't just say what you want to say, just say what you want. You got to ask for things the Most High wants you to ask God. He wants you to be in the Spirit. You have to want what He wants to get what you want.
Or need.
Or need. But the thing is this, your needs have to connect and correlate with His wants.
And your prayers got to be with yourself not included.
That's the point. Because you have to ask for things that He wants you to ask for. You can't just be asking for your selfish desires and expect the Most to acknowledge that. If you want what He wants, then He'll grant you what you want. But is it really what you want? Or is it what the Most High wants? You have to learn how to think like Christ and ask things that Christ will want you to ask for, and then He'll grant you what you're looking for. That's the understanding.
He said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High
and His righteousness,
and all these things should be added unto thee."
but you know what's going to be added unto you? The righteousness and the brotherhood. That's what you get. You're asking for the things you need, the tools you need to further enhance what you got to do for the work, and He'll grant that for you. Anyway, are there any other questions? Are there any questions? I should say. I'll wait because sometimes we got this 10-second delay. So, are there any questions? One more time. Are there any questions? Okay. Let's send our present. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Rise
Right,
of Jerusalem.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for words. Sorry. Watch out. Watch your foot. Come here, baby. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, mamas. There was no way, there was no space for her to get there. It would have been knocked over. Okay. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah
Send Micah
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over.
to watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Protect.
And make strong.
Make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us
Much wisdom.
much wisdom.
Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalm 32. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every day.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
Neither doth the fools understand it.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh. Art most high forevermore. For lo thine enemies. O Yahweh. For lo thine enemies. Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazaquan.
Hazaquan.
Zaquan.
Zaquan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Payah.
Payah.
Manawath-Yuah.
Manawath-Yuah.
Qatar.
Qatar.
Haramwan.
Haramwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haraya.
Haraya.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kayah.
Kayah.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Chayayim.
Kayayim.
Ay. Hawalam.
Hawalam.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded a blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Baruch
Baruch
By Shirali. Rabiath.
Rabiath.
Sapar. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Baruch By Shirali. Rabiath.
Rabiath.
Sapar. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Baruch By Shirali. Rabiath. Sapar. Turn. Yahweh. By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Baruch By Shirali. Rabiath. Sapar. Baruch Yahweh.
Baruch Yahweh.
Baruch Yahushua.
Baruch Yahushua.
Baruch Yahweh.
Baruch Yahweh.
Baruch Yahushua.
Baruch Yahushua.
All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All long suffering. All power. All power is from your house. All power is from your house. All power is from your house. By Hashem. Yahushua. The water. From Yah. Amen. Circle up. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All male children?
Yeah, bring the boys up too. Bring the boys up.
Yeah. All male.
If you're comfortable, sis, you can bring them up. Yeah.
All male.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Kind of circle up. Get a young man some space. That's it. There you go. Perfect.
All right.
Salute out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, who call Yasharal, men Israel, Amajim, Rock,
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua Baruch. Slow down and enunciate, all right? Don't just speed through your words.
Because we never been to a class.
That's okay.
That's okay,
We're
sir.
okay.
You can go.
We're
You can
okay.
go, sir.
We'll get it. We'll get it. You ready?
We're facing the sisters.
We're going to salute the girls now.
Go for it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion, men Israel, Amajim, Rock,
Yahweh Shema by Hashem Yahushua.
Or shalom.
Yahshua dismissed. Voila. All right, Israel, throughout to an end. See y'all on Monday.